Illustration of Hollywood. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 151. Applause for the self I see in Arthur. The pace of this film is not as fast as fans imagine. It is just like an art film with long shots everywhere. But this narrative rhythm, that is neither hurried nor slow, has driven everyone's emotions, allowing all fans and audiences to experience Arthur's imperfect life. In fact, not long after the film started, the first shocking picture appeared on the big screen. The next day, Arthur went to work and was fiddling with his ill-fitting shoes in the locker room, but from the back, he saw his skinny and twisted body that was distressing. Everyone knows that such a skinny and deformed figure can only mean that Arthur has been malnourished for a long time. On his shoulder blades, there are still scars from being beaten by those gangsters yesterday. Collie Grand, who also plays the Joker, handed Arthur a paper bag mysteriously. After opening it, there was a revolver inside and told him that he could use it to protect himself in the future. After the work started, Arthur's boss did not believe the reason why his billboard was taken away, and he wanted to deduct his salary because of the loss of the billboard. This made Arthur angry, but he still forced a smile and could only vent his anger on the garbage bag at the garbage dump downstairs. Arthur has always been an obedient child, and keeping a smile is his mother's advice to him. When he got home from get off work in the evening, he met a single mother on the same floor as him in the elevator, the heroine played by Halle Berry. The single girl chatted with Arthur in a funny way, which made him feel much better. On the big screen, Halle Berry smiled like an ordinary girl next door. Her overly delicate face was modified by make-up and post-production, but you can still see that she is an attractive girl through a quick glance in a few pictures. "Honey, I'm out. It's finally my turn." Black Pearl excitedly lay on Wayne's shoulder and whispered in his ear. It can be clearly heard that there is not only surprise in her voice, but also full of sobs of satisfaction. Retracting his gaze from the big screen, Wayne tilted his head to look at the Black Pearl. She took the wrong path at first and faced the risk of being kicked out of this circle. However, she was able to rely on her ruthlessness to not only agree to Warner's publicity plan, but also win a promise for a film contract. She also successfully won the heroine of the film from him by using her beautiful and sexy body. Over the past year, Halle Berry's patience is undoubtedly the main reason why she can persist. Although her mind is sometimes not clear and she is prone to think too much because of her cleverness, this woman's ruthlessness to herself made Wayne look up to her more than once. Reaching out and gently stroking her hair, Wayne's voice sounded in her ears. "You will become famous for this, Harry, and all your efforts will be rewarded after today." Tears flowed down inadvertently. No one could know what Halle Berry felt about Wayne in her heart. She felt that this man was a perfect boyfriend when he was gentle, and he could destroy her all over when he was violent. He was simply a moody tyrant. On the big screen, Arthur returned home and was bathing his mother, who was unable to move in the bathroom. He was talking to her while bathing her, meaning that he didn't want her to worry about money or him, and that he would perform in a big club one day. Although this scene showed a little nudity of his mother, there was no overly misleading plot, and it would never make the audience have the idea of mother love. Arthur is a very filial and sensible child. He has no wife to help, and he can't afford a nurse. Due to limited conditions, he can only bathe his mother by himself. Because of his affection for the heroine on the same floor, Arthur secretly followed her while he had time before work, and only then did he know that the heroine worked in a bank. After knowing this, he ran to other talk shows of the same industry, taking notes and learning from experience. It can be clearly seen from here that Arthur is a very hard-working person, and he is not a poor person because of laziness. The core of comedy is tragedy, but comedy is never built on tragedy. Spielberg whispered to the father of Star Wars beside him. "If you are in a bad environment, it will be difficult for you to truly experience happiness." Wayne Greenberg has conveyed a lot of information to us through the lens. Without taking his eyes off the movie screen, George Lucas nodded gently in the dark, agreeing with his old friend's point of view. The movie was not even halfway through, but he had already received enough information. At night, the heroine played by Halle Berry took the initiative to come to Arthur's door and asked him if he had followed her. The girl's meaning was very obvious, hoping that Arthur could take the initiative again. This incident made Arthur very happy, and he went to work full of fighting spirit the next day. As a result, he accidentally dropped the revolver when performing for the children. He was carrying a gun when performing for children in the children's hospital, and it fell out directly. The boss immediately called him after receiving the news. At this time, his colleagues also reported to the boss that Arthur bought the gun from him, and the boss fired Arthur directly. On the subway on his way home, he was very sad, and 3 elite employees of Wayne Company seemed to have drunk too much and started to tease the girl sitting opposite. It happened that Arthur's laughing mania broke out at this time, and he suddenly couldn't help laughing in the car. This obviously made the 3 drunk people misunderstand. They thought Arthur was laughing at them. The 3 people came over and grabbed him and beat him up. Arthur wanted to take out the homemade card to explain, but the bag was also snatched away. In the chaos, he took out the revolver that got him fired and shot and killed 2 of them. He chased the last person out of the car, killed the last person on the steps, and then fled the subway station in a panic and hid in the public toilet. But at this time, a strange feeling emerged from Arthur's heart and slowly flowed through his body. This emerging feeling made him dance uncontrollably, as if killing scum was so wonderful. As the camera swayed with his dance, it focused on the mirror again. At this moment, it indicated that Arthur saw his true self for the first time. That's it, kill these scumbags. Well done, Arthur, you're right. Yes, beautifully done, kid. All the audience breathed a sigh of relief, and some fans who were too immersed in the play cheered unconsciously. This is a turning point from the kind-hearted Arthur to the Joker in the film, and it is also a channel that Wayne deliberately left for fans to vent their emotions. The movie has been slowly accumulating the audience's emotions from the beginning. As Arthur fired these few shots, everyone seemed to put down the heavy burden in front of them. Part of the reason why this film was rated R-rated appeared here. Almost every bullet will bring a glaring bright red, and the degree of bloodiness is definitely not comparable to that of horror movies, but it is set off in this scene. As many fans think, Arthur suddenly changed, or awakened. After returning to the apartment, he went straight to the room where the heroine was, knocked on the door, and went up to kiss her forcefully, directly breaking the window paper. Now Arthur has incomparable courage. When you do things that ordinary people have not done, your heart will become stronger. After a wonderful night, Arthur returned to the company to pack up his things and take them away. Before leaving, he decided to punch in one last time. I forgot to punch in, Arthur said with a smile, then raised his fist and punched the clock-in machine. He walked out laughing wildly. It was as if Arthur had become funny now that he was in a good mood. Wow. At this moment, the applause without warning started without knowing who took the lead. All the fans clapped their hands in silence. Except for the fierce applause, the fans did not make any other sounds. Looking back at the fans who spontaneously started to applaud after only watching half of the movie, Wayne knew that these applause were for Arthur, and for themselves who saw themselves in Arthur. The murder on the subway was soon on TV, but Thomas Wayne, a wealthy corporate tycoon in Gotham City, boasted in an interview on TV. He supported his 3 deceased employees, strongly condemned the murderer, and then attributed their murder to hatred of the rich. In his words, all the idle poor people are clowns. The reason why he ran for mayor is to save the people in Gotham City. His arrogance is not covered at all, but Arthur on the other side of the TV laughed. Arthur came to the psychological counselor again. Just like at the beginning of the film, she would only repeat the fixed questions and didn't care what he said. She told Arthur that due to the strike outside, the government would also cut spending, and this place would be closed soon. But Arthur didn't care at this time. Psychological counseling has never been useful, never helped him, and never listened. Arthur, who was smoking, now only cared about the real things, and asked her how to get the long-term medication. No matter what, life must go on. Arthur found a place to perform a sideshow, but he didn't know that his laughter disorder relapsed halfway through the performance. But in the end, there was good news. Because the heroine was there watching his performance, the performance finally ended successfully. After that, Arthur's life was like welcoming his sunshine. The heroine accompanied him shopping and eating together, just like a normal relationship. Even some people in the community were claiming that the Joker who killed the 3 scumbags was the Punisher of this city and a hero. It seemed that since the shooting, Arthur's life had become better, and for the first time he had a sense of existence. Chapter 152 You lunatic who worships darkness. The movie being screened has resonated with countless people, but it has also hit these people hard. How many people in real life play the role of clown all day long, and how many people will be ridiculed and laughed at by the world behind the scenes? The outbreak of Arthur Fleck, the clown, is not an impulse, but a long suppressed emotion. This emotion makes every ordinary person who participates in it burst out with Arthur. They face multiple pressures from work, life, and family every day in reality. They have no chance to break out, but they can release their emotions in their hearts with the movie. Just like the silent applause not long ago, it was all ordinary people cheering for themselves. Who can say that this is not an alternative bowl of dark chicken soup? In the movie, Arthur had a good day. When he returned home, he found that his mother had written another letter. His mother insisted on writing letters for decades, but never received a reply. He finally couldn't help his curiosity and opened the letter that his mother was about to send. At this time, a shocking secret was placed in front of Arthur. According to the letter, it turned out that his mother had worked at Thomas Wayne's Wayne Group 30 years ago, and she had a relationship with Thomas Wayne, but chose to hide it in order not to affect him. Then Arthur, a child who had no father since childhood, was Thomas Wayne's illegitimate son. When he saw this in the letter, he suddenly realized that he had a father, and his father had not given any explanation or compensation for the hard days of their mother and son for so many years. Although he felt unspeakable sadness in his heart, blood is thicker than water after all. Arthur felt that he should talk to this irresponsible father and make things clear. Taking advantage of the night, Arthur ran a long way to the Wayne family's mansion. The first thing he saw in the yard was a carefree child playing. This was the future heir of the Wayne family, Bruce Wayne. Got Master Wayne. Hey, this is little Batman. All viewers have read comics more or less. After all, the 3 Justice Giants are the most famous superheroes in the world. Everyone knows that this is the Batman who punishes evil and promotes good to protect Gotham in the future. Not only the audience couldn't help but whisper, but when the child appeared, Jonathan Keller, the head of DC who had been silently invisible, couldn't help but lean forward excitedly and stare at the child on the big screen. Mr. Greenberg, what exactly are your ambitions? Every time he watched the filming and production silently, but he never put forward his own opinions. Jonathan Keller knew more than anyone about the foreshadowing left unintentionally in this movie. It would take so much effort to tell the origin of the Joker, but let the light comic style permeate, but didn't add any superpowers to the Joker in the whole movie, and it was carefully left with foreshadowing. Jonathan Keller, who was sitting in the corner, suddenly turned his head to the center of the first row of the theater, where the director was, and took a deep look. At this moment, he wanted to rush over, grab the director's collar and question him fiercely. Wayne, what on earth do you want to do? In the changing light and shadow, Arthur thought that Bruce Wayne was his younger brother. Not only did he play clown tricks on the child to make him laugh, but he also played with him for a while. Then Arthur decided to teach him how to be happy. He put his hands into the child's mouth, lifted the corners of his mouth upwards, and said with an exclamation, "This is much better." This shot of the Joker holding Batman's mouth to teach him to be happy stayed on the screen for a long time, making all fans feel Arthur's funny and distressing kindness. At this time, the butler of the Wayne family hurried over and stopped Bruce Wayne from contacting him and told him that your mother has delusions and she has nothing to do with Mr. Thomas Wayne. Arthur couldn't accept his words and grabbed the butler's neck through the iron bars, but considering that Bruce Wayne was still watching, he didn't want to affect the child, so he finally let go and ran away. In fact, Arthur's nature is really a very kind person. He returned home in disappointment, but he didn't expect his mother to be questioned by 2 policemen to investigate the murder in the subway that night. As a result, she was sent to the hospital because of emotional excitement. The 2 policemen were still questioning Arthur relentlessly. Fortunately, he was accompanied by the heroine in the hospital, so he was not too desolate and lonely. At this time, Arthur saw on TV that Murray Franklin's new talk show was on again. What was unexpected was that the show specifically ridiculed Arthur's performance. Murray Franklin amused the audience with his poor performance. Anyone could make fun of him at will, and Arthur could not care. He had long been used to it. But Murray Franklin was the father-like person in Arthur's mind, but he turned his face and was ruthless. It was like the person you trusted most stabbed you in the back. This blow was like the collapse of faith, which made Arthur unable to fall asleep in bed. The strike of the crowd outside had become a protest against Thomas Wayne's poor clown theory. The crowd surrounded the door of the theater where Wayne was. Arthur took advantage of the chaos and sneaked in from the side door. Inside and outside the theater are two completely different worlds. Outside, people are in dire straits and suffering in the depression, while inside, the rich people are laughing at comedies. The movie being played in the theater is Chaplin's Modern Times. The biggest metaphor or hint here is a danger sign in the lower right corner of the curtain, which is obviously warning everyone in the venue that the crisis has arrived. Arthur saw the opportunity when Thomas Wayne went to the bathroom and went straight past him. When they met, they talked. "I don't want money or fame, maybe just a warm hug is enough." But Thomas Wayne completely denied all this and told him that you were adopted by your mother while she was working. Arthur couldn't help laughing again. Old Wayne certainly didn't know about his illness, so he waved his fist and hit him directly and warned him not to touch his son. Back home, Arthur locked himself in the refrigerator. Wayne didn't deliberately give an explanation for this shot, but let the fans think divergently and come up with a reasonable explanation. Basically, the audience will only have two ideas. One is that Arthur locked himself in the refrigerator and conceived the Joker in his mind. Another explanation is that Arthur thought his father did not recognize him at all. He hated himself and hated his bad life and wanted to abuse himself in this way. The next day, the phone rang and Arthur jumped up to answer the phone. It turned out that the talk show in which Murray Franklin mocked him was extremely well received, so he simply wanted to invite him to the scene as a guest. This is undoubtedly an opportunity for the audience to know himself. Arthur, who aspires to become a talk show actor and bring joy to everyone, has no reason not to agree. John, who was concentrating on watching the movie, suddenly heard Wayne muttering softly beside him. "Arkham is full of talents." What? He just wanted to ask the movie director what this sentence meant, but the picture being played gave him an explanation. On the screen, Arthur ran to Arkham Asylum and snatched his mother's medical records from 30 years ago from the staff. Only then did he realize that his mother really had delusions. Moreover, the reason why his mother was locked up was because she abused her own child, Arthur. The case also contained an adoption document, proving that he was indeed adopted. His mother's boyfriend had serious violent tendencies and often abused them. It was the long-term beating of Arthur's head that caused him to suffer from mental problems, but his mother never stopped it. After learning the truth, Arthur laughed wildly again. Whenever he felt pain, this kind of mental symptom of laughter would occur, and it would even be accompanied by dissociative amnesia, a rejection of childhood trauma. Arthur, who learned all the truth, walked back to his girlfriend's house in a daze, but scared the heroine who walked in. From her inquiry, it can be found that she was not familiar with Arthur and asked him if he had walked into the wrong room. Arthur made a suicide gesture that his girlfriend had made when chatting with him in his memory, but the other party did not understand it at all. At this time, he really realized that it turned out that the heroine was with him, and it was also his fantasy. The audience and fans in the back row of the theater couldn't help but exclaim at this time, "No, oh my god, don't do this to him." It turns out that the only warmth in Arthur's life, the sunshine in his life, doesn't exist at all. It turns out that this story is only cold, desperate, depressed and realistic, which makes many viewers feel sad for the male protagonist. The two famous film critics sitting together, Todd McCarthy and Kenneth Turan, looked at each other and smiled inexplicably. When they first watched this, they were also shocked by the director's cold and ruthless approach. This is just the beginning. Watch Wayne Greenberg. This madman who worships darkness will definitely make you more desperate. As soon as Kenneth Turan said this, the old friend beside him nodded involuntarily and immediately agreed. Wayne Greenberg, you madman who worships cold darkness. Just in front of them on the right, the famous New York film critic David Denby of the New York Times also said this sentence, and this shot made him tremble all over. From this suicide gesture, to mustering up the courage to forcefully kiss the heroine, to participating in his own talk show, and the success of the show, to holding hands, while shopping and accompanying him in the hospital. Even when Arthur participated in Murray Franklin's talk show, everything was Arthur's delusion, as pathetic as his mother. The tragedy of Arthur's life was caused by his mother. He has never been happy, but his mother demanded that he be happy. Fascinating, dark and twisted world. Wayne, I really want to see how many surprises you can bring at the end of the movie. David Denby, trembling with excitement, stared at the screen, and was very glad that he did not miss this Gotham floating picture. Chapter 153. Damn it, I wasn't trained in acting. The film was shown in a silent atmosphere, which was completely different from the atmosphere in a normal theater. There was no sound of eating popcorn, nor was there the sound of the audience whispering about the plot and drinking Coke. This story is neither hurried nor slow, but it is realistic and cold and ruthless. The film is obviously longer than a normal commercial film, but after such a long screening, the story gradually came to an end. Arthur, who knew the truth, was determined to end all the pain, and killed his mother with a pillow in the hospital. He always thought that his life was a tragedy, but he didn't expect it to be a comedy that everyone would find funny. After killing his mother and returning home, he began to prepare for the talk show, imitating the appearance of all the guests he had seen before, and rehearsing everything on the stage. If there was a request for him to tell a joke on the spot, then he decided to commit suicide on the stage with this revolver. Show everyone this fresh joke through live TV. Arthur combed and dressed carefully, making his hair the green color that everyone is familiar with clowns. Just as he was applying white clown makeup on his face, two colleagues from the previous company knocked on his door. Colleague Randall took his naive dwarf colleague Gary to his residence with gifts. Fat Randall actually came to get him to tell him about the subway murder. The gun was the one Randall gave to Arthur. He hoped that Arthur could make a confession with him and not be implicated in this matter. But the Joker didn't care about it at all at this time. Thinking of Randall's previous frame up of him, he took out a sharp weapon and stabbed him to death. If it wasn't for the gun you gave me, I would have lost my job by reporting it. Now you still have the nerve to ask me to cover it up for you? These two sentences constitute the voice of all the fans. As Arthur stabbed one knife after another on the screen, a happy gasp could be clearly heard in the theater. The dazzling red splashed on the camera, but no one thought Arthur did anything wrong. This character, who was supposed to be a villain, made the fans at the scene understand what he did. In the film, his dwarf colleague has always been nice to him. Arthur did not hurt him, because the dwarf Gary was not tall, and helped him to open the bolt and let him go back. Life is like a super difficult game. In the past, he might have had to take care of his mother who could not move, and he was worried. Now that he has no burden, and can quit early, Arthur feels relieved. The bright red suit jacket, the yellow-lined vest, the green hair, and the thick white clown makeup on his face. These contrasting colors reveal all of Arthur's thoughts at this time. On a flight of stairs leading to the talk show recording site, he put aside all his worries, released the clown that had been hidden in his heart, and danced gracefully and happily. The strong rhythm of the background music, combined with his wanton body language and the occasional flying crows, constitute this set of contrasting shots like oil paintings. At this time, two policemen who were investigating the subway murder case came up again and stopped Arthur's dance. But they did not directly draw their guns to arrest him, indicating that the dwarf Gary did not call the police after leaving. Arthur was going to end his life as planned today, and he couldn't let them mess it up. He ran all the way to the subway station, but the car was full of people wearing clown masks. After a commotion, the police couldn't find where he ran to. Two policemen were also targeted and were pinned to the ground by the chaotic clown masks. When he arrived at the backstage of the show, Arthur took out his revolver again to rehearse. For him, who had nothing, it was just like that sentence. I just hope that my death is more valuable than my life. After a round of applause, Arthur danced on stage. He didn't pretend to be calm as he had practiced before, but sat down to be truly relaxed. In the first half of his life, he lived under the rules and expectations of others, until these few days he found his true self. Arthur, who was dancing, kissed another female guest forcibly. After a round of greetings, Murray Franklin really asked him to tell a joke on the spot. He took out his notebook, and the same sentence was still on it, but he turned it over. She tried her best to tell a joke, but Murray Franklin kept mocking her. Even the female guest who was kissed by her told her that it was not funny. Unexpectedly, Arthur confessed to the live camera that he was the clown in the subway murder case, and emphasized, "This is not a joke. Murray Franklin, are you serious? You shot and killed those 3 young people on the subway?" Arthur Fleck, aha. As a famous talk show host, he is a media person with a keen sense of smell. This kind of first-hand news will undoubtedly make his show popular. Arthur continued to ask about the details of the incident, and then Murray Franklin made a solemn and sanctimonious condemnation of justice, but this angered Arthur. "A large group of poor people are struggling outside, but you are discussing with me whether the lives of these 3 scums are precious or not, and whether I'm evading responsibility or something." Then, Arthur accused the rules set by this group of people, stipulating what is funny and what is not funny, accusing the indifference of the rich and powerful, the hypocrisy and ruthlessness of people like Thomas Wayne, accusing Murray Franklin of shamelessness. Inviting him over was just to ridicule him again. After saying that, without any hesitation, he took out his revolver and shot the talk show star to death on live TV. Nicolas Cage, who was immersed in his own movie, was suddenly slapped by his cousin next to him. Sofia Coppola's eyes were like looking at another person, full of disbelief at her cousin's performance. "Nicholas, this segment is a performance at the level of an actor. This director Greenberg is so amazing that he can train your acting skills so well." Originally, Nicolas Cage heard his cousin's rare praise for him with an extremely proud look on his face, but after hearing the latter, he felt like he had eaten a dead fly. "That segment was my own burst of inspiration. Damn it, that was the sublimation of my acting skills with old Robert D. Loney." Turning Sofia Coppola's head towards himself, Nicolas Cage looked at his cousin seriously. "This part has nothing to do with that bastard Wayne. He just sat behind the director's monitor with an icy face. I was not trained in acting. Do you understand? Keep your voice down, Nicola. Don't disturb other people's viewing." Pulling away the hand that was pressing on her head, she rolled her eyes at her cousin. "Well, anyway, your performance in this part is definitely Oscar worthy. What a pity." Nicolas Cage suddenly nodded, turned his eyes back to the screen, and said, "Yeah, what a pity." But Arthur still didn't hurt irrelevant people. This was a live TV broadcast. He originally just planned to end his life, and had no intention of taking the lead or leading anything. But these words, after being angered, ignited the blood of the rebels in the city through the live TV broadcast. Arthur was arrested and escorted back to the police station by a police car. Along the way, he leaned his head against the car window and looked at the chaotic and disorderly crowd of protesters outside. This scene echoed the scene of taking the bus home before the film, one with a sad face, and the other with joy. Everyone on the road waved to him, saluting their heroes of resistance. Suddenly, an ambulance crashed into the police car. The perpetrator and other chaotic clown-masked people carefully carried Arthur out of the car, hoping that he would wake up. Behind him was a chaotic and rioting crowd of people at the bottom of society. That night, the entire Gotham City had been set on fire. On the other side of the city, the theater was showing Pink Zorro. Thomas Wayne and his wife, with little Batman, were entering the alley from the chaotic crowd. This is it. Everyone who is familiar with the Batman series knows that Thomas Wayne and his wife will be shot and killed by robbers in front of Little Wayne, thus leading to the whole story of Batman. Hey, Wayne, this is the result of your own actions. The robber wearing a clown mask decisively shot and killed the Wayne couple, leaving only the young Bruce Wayne standing there at a loss. The movie camera returned to Arthur, and he gradually woke up under the cheers of the crowd. His whole life was ignored like air, but now he has become the leader of countless people. Amid the cheers of countless people, he stood on the roof of the car and elegantly painted himself with a clown's iconic blood-red mouth corners. He is kind-hearted by nature. Is this really the ending he wants? No. He has no way to retreat, and no way to go in his life. Arthur used to live according to other people's rules, but he is really not good at it. From now on, he will dominate the dark side of Gotham City according to his own rules. Amid the piercing sirens, Arthur opened his hands to countless of his believers. The camera flashed and returned to the mental hospital again. It was those procedural problems again. This time Arthur had nothing to say to the doctor. She would not understand at all, and would not care at all. Arthur, the least visible person in the city, indirectly killed the most powerful person in the city. He just wanted to commit suicide, but he accidentally became the leader of the rebels. He thought his life was a tragedy, but he lived a comedy. Countless accidents made people laugh. Finally, Arthur, dragging his bright red bloodstains, ran towards the exit full of sunlight. With operatic background music, he escaped from the hospital and started a new life. The credits began to appear on the big screen, and the lights in the theater lit up one by one. The extremely quiet theater remained silent. Click, click. Whether it was the invited guests, the critics who wanted to see the movie first, or the fans who occupied 80% of the seats, they all stood up. No one was still sitting on the chair. Chapter 154. I want to try to leave that quagmire. After a dozen seconds of silence in the theater, the applause rang out like thunder, and it lasted for a long time. Just like these audiences did before, they praised the film generously, but there was still no screaming or cheering. Watching Wayne lead the entire crew, standing in front of the screen to take a bow, George Lucas followed the crowd around him and said to the old man beside him, "How do you feel? This kid's performance gave me a lot of inspiration. This is the best comic-based film I have ever seen." Spielberg also looked at the crew in front of him with emotion, and the applause in his hands did not stop. Dark, deep, heavy. Almost all the social problems in North America are included in it. The narrative is not hurried or slow, but it does not rush the audience. From the first minute, the film uses emotions to guide the audience, to have the illusion of empathy. Listening to the constant praise from the old man, George Lucas did not think it was excessive at all. If nothing unexpected happens to their little compatriot this time, he will definitely be enshrined in the gods. I'm going to talk to that kid later. Staring at Wayne's overly young face, George Lucas suddenly felt a little incredible. If you had only watched the film, no one would have thought that the director was so young. He directly skipped the stage of accumulating life experience. The applause lasted for at least 5 minutes. To be honest, the atmosphere was not very good. There was no sound in the entire theater except for the applause. All the fans who had watched the film had gloomy faces, and no one smiled. It was not until the crew took the third curtain call that the fans lined up and began to walk out quietly. Wayne, with the main members of the crew, stood in the front row to deal with waves of congratulatory people. After sending their blessings, these guests who came to the platform for the film will go out through the VIP channel of the theater, rushing to the Hilton Hotel booked by Warner Brothers to attend the subsequent celebration cocktail party. Socializing is the purpose of most people's arrival. After everyone went out, the crew also went through the VIP channel of the theater to the press room that had been arranged in advance. After the film was screened, Warner Brothers also arranged a small press conference. In this one-man show, Nicolas Cage is the undisputed protagonist, but at the subsequent press conference, all the media focused on the director. The reporters from various media who were able to come here are more or less engaged in film-related work, and almost all of them are professional Hollywood or film reporters. They all saw that this is a unique work. Joker is not like the superhero movies that have appeared before, and it is even more different from the increasingly homogenized popcorn movies in Hollywood. It is so special and meaningful, and the whole film exudes an elegant dark temperament. Director Greenberg, we have just witnessed the birth of a great film, a masterpiece that reshapes DC's values. Joker is different from Warner's earlier Batman, and it is also different from the original Joker in the comics. Bella Grant, a reporter from the Los Angeles Times, stood up first impatiently. Then can you talk about why you want to create such a character? Wayne reached out and tapped the microphone in front of him twice, and after confirming that there was no problem, he said, "First of all, I want to make one thing clear. The Joker is not a superhero. You can even watch this as a crime thriller." He adjusted the height of the microphone and looked at the newsroom full of journalists. He continued, the original intention of creating this film was to use this story, that is not in the comics, to show some problems in our society. Everyone should know that I made some attempts on racial issues in the previous film. Of course, the audience gave me very good feedback, so I had this film that almost included all social contradictions. He thought about it for a while and said, using the origin of a villain to reveal the various problems that really exist around us is to give everyone who has seen the film a reminder that this kind of social contradiction is very dangerous if it continues to evolve. Regardless of whether Wayne was sanctimonious or the young man really thought so, all the reporters present applauded politely. In fact, most people know very well that, even though the director opposite has made films that seem to be full of art since his debut, he is actually a commercial film director. Hollywood has only one purpose for making all films, that is, box office, or in other words, profit. Wayne Greenberg's films may be different and amazing enough, but he can never escape this primary goal. A reporter from Premiere stood up and asked, "What do you think of Nicolas Cage's performance?" It can only be said to be a perfect performance. Looking at the clown sitting next to him, Wayne's words of praise were not stingy. Nicolas's acting skills in Joker are definitely among the best of all actors this year. This is not some commercial flattery. Wayne really thinks that Cage in the literary and artistic period is definitely a very malleable acting school, especially the long shot at the end of this film. Whether his acting skills have exploded, or he is brought into the state by the old actor Robert Deloney, the premise is that he needs to reach the corresponding level first. A fat female reporter in the front row took the microphone with a sign of Entertainment Weekly hanging on her chest. From the film, we can see that the Joker has become the leader of the rebels in the end, and the city is under attack by the crowd. Will this film incite those with ulterior motives and cause unnecessary social chaos in North America? After she finished her question, everyone in the press room was stunned. This question was actually a bit inappropriate. If the producer of Warner Brothers had a bad temper, he might have ended the press conference directly. Fortunately, Wayne did not hesitate at all and said directly to the microphone, "The movie is just a movie. This is an R-rated movie that only adults can watch. If an adult's behavior and thoughts are affected by watching a movie that is abnormal, there are many more bloody, violent, and antisocial movies than Joker, but no one has become antisocial because of it, right?" Whether the previous questions were difficult or normal related to the movie, Wayne handled them all very well. It was not until the end of the press conference that the reporter seemed to remember others. A reporter from the Los Angeles Daily Entertainment suddenly asked, "Ms. Hallberry, as we all know, you and director Greenberg were in a relationship for a while, and you are working with your ex-boyfriend on this film. Are you going to get back together?" "No, we are very good friends now." Hallberry thought she would be ignored all the time. The breakup was simply because of personality differences, but it does not affect our friendship, and we haven't thought about getting back together for the time being. Black Pearl was a little helpless that she finally had a reporter to interview her, but the question had nothing to do with the film. The appearance of a film that is different from mainstream commercial films will inevitably bring controversy, doubts, and criticisms. Reporters not only saw the freshness brought by the change, but also saw the possibilities behind the film. At least many people can be sure that in tomorrow's report, there will definitely be a large number of people arguing with each other because of Joker. Unlike the press conference, the fans who were walking out of the theater had a more unified view of the film. Those who can come to the premiere to watch the movie are either lucky DC fans or die-hard fans of Wayne's movies. In the past Hollywood summer season, this type of film has never appeared. It does not win with perspective special effects, nor does it win cheers with thrilling actions. It only uses a story that is neither hurried nor slow to infect all movie fans. Tonight, the investigators randomly dispatched by Warner Brothers faced a group of silent and polite audiences, and even collecting the investigation report became comfortable and relaxed. A plus. There is no doubt that this is a masterpiece that has influenced the film. My A plus. A plus. Regardless of the expressions of the fans who passed by, they all gave the film A or A plus without any prior agreement. There was not even a score below A. This situation is simply a miracle. Until a black couple walked up to the investigators, the girl said loudly, "A plus. Wayne is the best." She gave the score first, but did not rush home like others. This is not a happy film, but Wayne has taken it to another level. The dark and heavy characteristics, the analysis of the problems around us. Before watching the film, I never thought that DC characters could be so heavy. The girl was about to continue talking, but her boyfriend Schroeder pulled her back. They had delayed the audience behind to enter. Jennifer and Schroeder had just left the theater when they were stopped by a TV reporter. Before the reporter asked a question, Jennifer took the initiative to talk again. Wayne gave Arthur a gloomy and grey life, but also made me feel empathetic. This is a dark epic that cannot be missed. My boyfriend and I both found our own shadows in the male protagonist, and also found the shadow of our community in Gotham. Okay, thank you, ma'am. The reporter obviously didn't want to continue her long speech, holding the microphone and the cameraman, and walked towards the next audience. The black girl Jennifer obviously didn't care. She hugged her boyfriend and walked back together. Schroeder, I want to watch this movie again when I go back, just because Wayne hugged me today. The weak voice came from her boyfriend. Whatever, maybe I should think about my future life. Jennifer, if I stop being in gangs and stop selling those powders and stuff, will you come with me and leave the city center? What? The excited black girl obviously didn't hear clearly. It's okay. Schroeder felt that compared to Arthur, he could still be saved, and he wanted to try to leave that quagmire. Chapter 155. He is going to break the record. A film, especially one adapted from a familiar character, will inevitably encounter sporadic disagreements, no matter how many voices of support and approval there are. Among the fans interviewed at the entrance of the theater, there were several staunch opponents who fiercely criticized Joker in front of reporters and cameras. The film is too logical, and some shots make me sick. The scene of Arthur killing people is too bloody. I don't understand why the chaotic Joker should be given a kind person background. A movie about a villain was overly beautified by Wayne Greenberg. He is destroying the classic characters in DC Comics. However, these stubborn fans are few after all, and most of them still give full affirmation to the film, especially the long queue at the entrance of the China Theater, from which we can see how popular the film is. After the press conference, the crew came to the Hilton Hotel reserved by Warner Brothers, which was used to entertain the guests who came to the press conference today. Wayne's main job was to entertain the two Jewish bosses. He accompanied them to find a table next to the ventilated balcony and sat down. George, Stephen, thank you for coming to support me. He raised his glass and clinked it with the two of them, then took a big sip of champagne. How do you feel about this film? It's okay, just tell me if you have anything to say. It's shocking. Spielberg looked at him with admiration. I won't say too much praise, just talk about the filming techniques. The strong color contrast conveys the message to the audience very well, and the shaping of Gotham City can be said to be very successful. He raised his glass to the good man again and nodded reservedly. Hearing the praise from this movie master made Wayne feel very clear all over. Do you have time recently? George Lucas suddenly asked. Even in the face of the invitation from the father of Star Wars, Wayne could only shake his head regretfully. Maybe not. I will lead the team to New York before dawn tomorrow. The film's publicity schedule is very tight. I will fly to the UK in a week, and I will probably stay overseas for nearly a month. George Lucas did not look disappointed. He touched his beard and suddenly said, I wanted to wait until you have time to talk about it. It seems that you will have a lot of work arrangements, so I will tell you directly. He glanced at his old friend beside him, and then glanced around. After finding that there was no one else, except the assistant named Nina, he continued very cautiously, I don't know what plans you have for the next project, but with your work efficiency in the past few years, you will probably start the next film soon, right? Don't rush to deny it. Now I'm just inviting you through my personal relationship. If possible, you can consider directing a Star Wars for your next project. How about it? Consider it? Not to mention Wayne, who was sitting opposite, even Spielberg and Nina, who knew nothing, showed incredible expressions when they heard this. What does Star Wars mean in North America? This is a question about the culture of the whole people. This is a series that will remain the world's #1 IP even after decades, even in 2021. Star Wars is a symbol of North American cultural symbols, and it is the spiritual pillar that 2 or 3 generations have grown up with. With Star Wars, George Lucas became the richest man in Hollywood. Even when the father of Star Wars retired, Lucasfilm sold more than $5 billion US. Why did Disney come up with so much cash to acquire it? The main reason is this big IP. Compared with this world's largest IP, Industrial Light and Magic and Indiana Jones and the like can only be regarded as a tie. The old Jewish man looked at his old friend in shock. George, are you serious? He felt that George Lucas was too impulsive. Even if he had seen the film of this compatriot, he was still too young. Being young means instability, and the level will fluctuate. If the Star Wars series is messed up, this young man will be scolded to death by hundreds of millions of Star Wars fans. Ignoring his old friend's questions, George Lucas took a sip of champagne with interest. Young man, what do you think? I believe you will be enshrined in the world because of Joker, and this movie will even dominate the summer season. But that's not enough. If you want to quickly reach the status of me and Steven, Star Wars is a shortcut for you to prove yourself. If we talk about the Jewish man with the best reputation for promoting the younger generation, it is undoubtedly Steven Spielberg, but everyone overlooks one thing: Spielberg was promoted by George Lucas. The courage of this old Jewish man can be seen. Even if he only met Wayne once, he dared to let him take over his Star Wars. George, I need time to think about it. I already have my own plan. At this time, even Wayne couldn't keep a cool head. If he didn't grow up in North America, he would never know what Star Wars meant. Besides, my shooting style. Don't worry about the style, Wayne. Do you think Star Wars can't adapt to the dark and serious core? When he said this, several people around him nodded subconsciously. Star Wars can indeed be suitable for these, provided that the director can make changes with confidence. Faced with a huge temptation, Wayne still forced himself to suppress his restless heart. That's the same sentence. I need to think about it, George. I'll give you an answer after I finish the overseas promotion. This is not only a huge shortcut, but also a huge pit. Wayne understands that the reason why Star Wars was criticized by fans is George Lucas's script. From the perspective of director and screenwriter ability alone, he does have some shortcomings. Of course, these cannot cover up Lucas' greatness, but if someone else were to shoot it, that would be a different story. Wayne fell into choice difficulty at the cocktail party that day, and even when facing the crowd who congratulated him later, he seemed confused. However, there was no time for him to continue thinking after the cocktail party. The busy promotion activities would start at 5 o'clock the next morning. That's interesting. The lights in the Warner Brothers building were brightly lit. In order to wait for the film's results, Jeff and CEO Kevin did not attend the premiere. Jeff Robinoff pointed to the collected survey report. Kevin, look here, 98% of the audience gave A or A+, but there are very few C's. This kind of thing happened once last time, and it once again attracted Jeff's attention. Kevin Tsujihara had been staring at the phone. After listening to him, he took a look and said expressionlessly, "This is normal. People who love Wayne's movies love them to death, but there are always fans who are not suitable for the movie and insist on buying tickets to watch the movie. Don't worry about these people." Ding ling 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 ling. A phone rang, and Kevin Tsujihara looked at the time. It was just past midnight. He was silent after answering the phone and hung up after more than 10 seconds. Jeff looked at his face and asked anxiously, "How is it? What is the first day box office?" The first day box office was $39.35 million US. There were a total of 3,538 theaters showing the film, and the single channel box office exceeded $11,000 US. He broke the record. Kevin Tsujihara leaned back in the wide chair, leisurely picked up a cigar from his collection, cut it carefully, lit it with a blowtorch, and took a puff. When Jeff heard this number, his fat body trembled violently. He will definitely break the R-rated film box office record. It depends on the final number. Maybe it will be more than an R-rated film. Jeff, you will urge the overseas distribution tomorrow. This is our chance. I want this film to be released in all major overseas markets next week. Unlike Wayne, who went back to sleep peacefully, and Kevin Tsujihara, who smoked a cigar elegantly, Sony Columbia's film and television executives Paul Turner and Renee Harlin looked at the facts in front of them with a gloomy look. Cliffhanger invited many stars to support the platform, and Sylvester Stallone was also highlighted in the publicity, but the box office on the first day of the film was only $7.67 million. This result was obviously not in line with expectations. A box office of more than $7 million is not the end of the world, but I'm surprised that the fans who have seen it all applauded. But why the box office can't go up? Paul Turner slapped the facts. Renee Harlin frowned. He had expected to be crushed. Joker's reputation has exploded both among professionals and fans, but I don't know how its box office performance will be. Don't worry about it. The news just came that the first day box office exceeded $30 million. He's going to break the record? The two looked at each other and saw despair in each other's eyes. This is no longer a competitive state. Not to mention their cliffhanger, other films in May will be crushed by Joker. At this rate, Joker's reputation will never be high at the beginning and low at the end. Bang! Paul Turner slammed the table hard. The dark madman is going to kill everyone. Let's think about how to tell Silvio Berlusconi. Silvio Berlusconi, the main investor of this film, has another identity, the chairman of Serie A giant AC Milan. The next morning, when Wayne was still on the plane, all the news media in North America were already full of various news about Joker. As for film critics, the well-known film critics group headed by Roger Ebert basically gave positive reviews. He has been receiving public relations from Warner Brothers for many years and knows what to say and what not to say after the film is released. Kenneth Turin of the Los Angeles Times commented in his column, "Joker is a grand, dark and serious Gotham floating picture. Every fan who has watched it can find his own shadow in it. This is not a good Joker movie because he deviates from the unpredictable and chaotic nature of the Joker character and gives the Joker a tragic but traceable origin. But this does not prevent it from being a good movie. This is a surrealist crime movie that transcends the DC worldview, and it is constantly mind f ***king the audience. In the end, the audience is collectively high. Joker is a movie watching choice that cannot be missed in this era." David Denby of the New York Times. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 156 Film Noir. If Wayne Greenberg is an outlier in the Hollywood assembly line that is highly homogenized, then Joker is the most ambitious and sincere masterpiece in the genre. It is definitely not an exaggeration to say that this is a dark epic. Looking at the whole film, in terms of script writing, performance, directing and conceptualization, it has exceeded the social height that a comic book movie should have. Even from this movie alone, we can understand all the social problems in North America. This DC comic book masterpiece planned by Wayne Greenberg, although it has a villain as the protagonist and there are almost no positive characters in the whole film, fully demonstrates the indifference and hypocrisy of the upper class and the cruelty and stupidity of the lower class. This tells us that old people who are insulted and harmed, bullied and exploited, once twisted and crazy, may become jokers. Therefore, this film is also a warning to North American society. Roger Ebert of Chicago Sunshield, this leader among film critics, a former Pulitzer Prize winner, not only gave Joker a full score of 10 in his column, but also gave a signature thumbs up. The columns of these critics in the media are only a small part of the various praises. Since Saturday morning, professional film magazines such as Premiere, Los Angeles Daily Entertainment, The Hollywood Reporter, and Film Weekly have also given unanimous praise. It is not a superhero movie at all. You can regard this as a crime movie with ordinary people as the protagonist. This is definitely the most profound analysis of human nature in comic adapted movies. Washington Post. The film has an excellent atmosphere for Gotham City, dark and damp roads, garbage-filled streets, and a riot atmosphere that is about to break out. Such an environment, coupled with a tragic life experience and a bad day, is enough to drive an honest and poor person into the abyss. From rationality and kindness to numbness and madness. Every step of the transformation is real and credible. Film Weekly this movie continues Wayne Greenberg's consistent production style, gloomy and twisted human nature, ups and downs of the story, and characters full of struggle, madness, and accusations. This 2-hour film will make every fan think deeply. ABC. Daily news during the day on Saturday, after widespread praise from fans yesterday, and unanimous promotion from various media in the morning. Joker far exceeded Clerks of the Valley in terms of attendance and number of viewers, and became the most popular movie of the weekend without any suspense. Movie fans have a herd mentality. The more popular the movie is, the more it can arouse the herd mentality and curiosity of ordinary movie fans, and then they will buy tickets and queue up to find out. As the reporter who interviewed Wayne Greenberg the most times, Bella Grant rushed out a special report overnight and successfully published it in the Los Angeles Times where she works. This special report, which is similar to a viewing guide, is very provocative. Its fundamental purpose is to arouse the curiosity of the public and let more people go to the theater to buy tickets to watch. For a movie that has been a big hit since its release, it is important to attract as many audiences as possible to the theater, but it is equally important to guide the audience who have seen it to go to the theater repeatedly to watch it, and give them a sense of participation in gradually interpreting the film series. Warner Brothers had done a good job of guiding public opinion from the beginning. They did not relax their publicity and marketing at all. On the second day after the film was released, they began to throw out suspense through the media, tempting fans who had seen the film to find the answer again. At lunchtime on Saturday, the statistical data was sent to New York by fax and handed over to Wayne by Agent Jimmy. After seeing these 2 simple pages of printed paper for the first time, not only Wayne himself, but also Halle Berry and producer John, who were working together on publicity, knew that although this film had caused a small part of controversy, the overall reputation was rising all the way, and the box office showed a trend of opening high and going high. No matter from which aspect, it indicates that Wayne will create a big bomb in the summer season this time. At least in North America, where the film has been released, it will definitely crush all the films released at the same time. The first day box office is $39.35 million US. My god, Wayne, even God can't stop us now. Halle Berry opened and closed her mouth unconsciously in surprise, looking at him with a dull expression. In a random survey conducted by Warner Brothers, more than 96% of the audience gave a rating of A or above. Such a terrifying public reputation indicates that the film will definitely have a strong box office trend. Wayne, you succeeded again, and this time it will be more powerful than all the previous successes. John, the production manager of Warner Brothers, hugged him. The information expressed by these data has made the emotions of the publicity team soar. Looking at the excited people around him, Wayne's hands holding the fax were also shaking with excitement. This result is definitely an unprecedented bomb in this era. As for the fact that there will be no successors, Wayne dared not even think about it. There will be another box office bomb at the end of this year. By then, we will have to compare the dinosaur and his clown to see who is better. Okay, friends. There are still many publicity activities waiting for us. It's too early to be happy now. Thinking of a series of various activities to come, Wayne immediately felt a headache and calmed down. Flying to 1 or even 2 cities a day, almost as soon as they get off the plane, they will have endless interviews with reporters, interviews with local TV stations and fan meetings. Even sleeping time has to be put on the plane. This is a test they will face during this period. So, it is never easy to get a high box office for a movie. Good news will certainly make people excited, but soon after that, Wayne and his team appeared in a theater in New York. This was a fan meeting, and the last stop of the New York promotion of Joker. Facing the siege of reporters after the event, Wayne could think that Nicolas Cage and his team would definitely have a harder time. After all, he is the male lead of this film and the most popular one. Director Greenberg, both the previous 2 films and this Joker are full of noir element. Just as Wayne was leaving the theater, a fat reporter stopped him, held up a recorder in front of him and asked loudly, "Since you appeared in Hollywood, the few films you shot are all noir films. Does this mean that you will not make movies normally if you leave such dark stories? There are already many directors who shoot sweet scenes of society. I want to try to reflect some real social issues in the film. It has nothing to do with whether I like dark stories or not." The main purpose of his trip was to promote, and of course he was willing to cooperate with the media and give them something to promote and hype. Wayne looked at his agent and found that Jimmy did not urge him, which meant that there was still enough time to catch the plane. So he took the recorder from the reporter, thought for a moment and asked back, "The core of the noir story is just a way of expressing the movie. Judging from the feedback from the box office, the general public can also accept such a serious way of entertainment. Don't you think noir movies are also very elegant and beautiful?" Without waiting for the reporter to continue asking questions, Wayne continued, "Noir movies have never lacked audiences and have never lacked classics. Roman Polanski's Chinatown, Billy Wilder's Sunset Boulevard, John Huston's The Maltese Falcon. I'm just following the path of those masters and want to make a film like this. The artistic expression of noir movies is as elegant and charming as the black pearl next to me. It explores the darkness and evil in the depths of our human nature as its main controlling idea, and explores how the real society overwhelms and devours the good side of human nature." Feeling that what he said seemed a little difficult for the reporter to understand, he said another sentence. "Film noir can let the public understand the darkness of human nature in reality, and it can also let movie fans enjoy the ingenuity of the story arrangement, discover and understand the evil in human nature and the darkness of society. For me, this is a kind of enjoyment." It has been more than 20 years since Wayne came here. He is very glad that he has watched so many films of this type on the other side of the Pacific Ocean, where there is no room for film noir. On the contrary, films of this nature have never lacked audiences in the mature film market of North America. Even on a global scale, there is no shortage of crazy fans of this type of film. The reporter obviously did not like his expression and continued to ask, "As far as I know, many fans have become very negative after watching Joker and have lost hope in life. What do you think about this? How fragile are the mental defenses of those who have lost hope in life just because of watching a movie?" As far as I know, more fans have obviously cherished their lives more after watching Joker. Arthur's experience has inspired many people. After saying this, Wayne stopped answering the reporter's questions and hurried to the car, ready to rush to the airport to fly to the next city, Boston. The first day box office numbers and explosive audience reputation of Joker were inevitably used by Warner Bros. As a publicity gimmick, which would arouse the curiosity of more passers-by and make them go to the theater. The audience who have seen the film spontaneously recommended it to their friends, and more people began to go to the theater and line up to watch this film that became a social hotspot as soon as it was released. At the same time, black communities like downtown Los Angeles also set off another wave of movie watching craze, and black brothers lined up to go to the theater to buy tickets to watch movies. The last time this happened was Get Out a year ago. Chapter 157 box office champion, breaking records. When the first rays of sunshine in Los Angeles fell, Jeff Robinov walked into the Warner building with a cheerful smile on his face. On the way, facing the Warner employees who greeted him from time to time, today's film and television director was also particularly patient and easygoing. After returning to the office, he simply sorted out the information and went directly to the large conference room on the 7th floor. Today is the weekly executive meeting. Last weekend, every Warner Brothers executive looked at Jeff with jealousy and cursed this fat man's luck in his heart. Joker not only unexpectedly exploded at the box office, but also triggered social hotspots throughout North America. Not only have all kinds of media critics been discussing the film, but even fans have spontaneously formed a trend of watching movies. Once this trend is formed, it will become unstoppable. If your friends, colleagues, and family around you have watched the film and are still discussing the plot anytime and anywhere, will you be curious? Even if it is to follow the trend, you will go to the theater to watch it once. CEO Kevin Tsujihara looked at the group of executives with satisfaction. The first thing he said after the meeting started was this matter. "Jeff, as the planner, please tell us about the performance of Joker." This was something everyone had expected long ago. Everyone knew that the box office figures would definitely not be low, but after Jeff Robinov had his secretary hand out the statistical data, the figures he spoke still shocked everyone. Due to the Super Bowl publicity and various publicity and promotion activities before the film was released, the film had aroused enough expectations from the public before it was released, so as soon as the theaters opened on Friday, the public spontaneously watched the film. On Friday, the first day of the Joker's release, the North American box office closed at $39.35 million, and the single theater box office exceeded $11,000. The popularity slowed down on Saturday, with a total of $32.47 million on that day. On Sunday, because the next day was a working day, the film collected another $24.37 million. At this point, Jeff Robinoff paused deliberately and looked at the CEO. After everyone digested this amazing news, he continued, the film was released for 3 days, and it earned $96.19 million in the North American theater market in the first weekend. This number has broken the first weekend box office record in film history, the first weekend box office record for R-rated films, and the single day box office record for R-rated films. When he finished speaking, the conference room fell into a strange silence. This number was too amazing, and it broke many records neatly. Everyone was prepared for the box office explosion, but they didn't expect this number to soar so high. Have you notified Wayne? Kevin Suhara's words made everyone slowly come back to their senses, looking at this proud fat man with more jealous eyes. Of course, I called him this morning, and his assistant Nina answered the phone. Jeff's voice was neither hurried nor slow. Wayne was interviewed until 3 o'clock in the morning yesterday, and the assistant lady should have told him afterwards. As one of the developers of this publicity plan, Jeff understood how tight their schedule was, but there was nothing he could do about it. As the director of the film, and the second most popular participant besides Nicolas Cage, Wayne has the obligation to lead the team to promote the film. Thinking of this, he suddenly said, it should be noted that the box office of Cliffhanger is also very strong. It was able to get $21 million in the first weekend under such circumstances. Will this become a threat to us? Sylvester Stallone definitely played a major role in maintaining a good box office in the first weekend, when Joker crushed the North American box office. The influence of an action star cannot be ignored in the summer market, and the fans who have watched this film unexpectedly all gave good reviews, and this time there was no scolding of Stallone. At this time, Thomas Menz, the head of the distribution department, said, Clerks of the Mountain will not be a threat to us. According to the prediction of our subordinate departments, the final box office figure of this film is about $80 million at most. It will take a long time to show. This is an inspirational film. He hesitated for a moment, glanced at Jeff, and said, but we have to pay attention to one thing. I have news that George Lucas invited Wayne Greenberg to direct a Star Wars movie on the day of the premiere. Impossible. As soon as he finished speaking, Jeff subconsciously refuted. Wayne's production style is not compatible with Star Wars at all. Lucas can't rest assured to hand over this series to such a young man. Will he let him shoot a dark and twisted version of Star Wars 4? It's hard to say. No matter how reasonable Jeff's words are, everyone in the conference room still feels that this matter is hard to say. This is Star Wars. How many people can refuse such a movie? As long as the effect of the filming is basically qualified, there will be no worries about the number of viewers and box office. Moreover, Wayne is not only a simple director, but all his films are written by himself. This young man has the ability to change a film. It is not difficult for him to rewrite a Star Wars story. Kevin Suhara also became serious when he heard the news. Jeff, pay attention to communicating with Wayne. Always pay attention to the preparations for his new projects. We can't learn from 20th Century Fox. In the past 2 years, the two biggest revenue points of Warner Bros. Are the Batman series, but the audience reputation of this master Bruce Wayne is getting worse and worse. I believe that, if the next one cannot reverse the bad reputation, this series will be temporarily sealed soon. The second is Wayne's Get Out. This film has created a lot of revenue for Warner Bros., and the various profits created by this film can be completely ignored by the box office figures. The ultra-low production cost has won a global box office of more than $300 million, but the profit from the box office share accounts for less than 15% of the total profit. Warner Brothers' complete offline and online operation channels allow this film to continue to generate large profits. This is the main reason why they are willing to give Wayne a share of the box office. Compared with various copyright operations and peripheral derivatives, as well as the videotapes that are being released now, that little share of North American theaters is really nothing. No, you don't have to worry about that. Jonathan Keller, the president of DC, who had been sitting in the corner without saying a word, said directly, "I'm sure that Wayne will not take Star Wars in the end. He has a better choice." Turning his head to look at Jonathan Keller in confusion, Jeff asked, "What choice?" DC. The head of the comic company was full of confidence. "When he finishes his overseas publicity work, I will find time to talk to him. Is there anything more suitable for him than DC? He can choose any character in the entire universe and make secondary creations at will. The first week box office of Joker this time has brought too many changes. This number can allow the director to do whatever he wants in the next film, and no one will be stupid enough to oppose his choice. Everyone is considering his words. No one can say for sure about this kind of thing, because there is a flaw in comic adapted movies. That is the Oscar. If Joker was not a comic book movie, but a realistic crime film, both Nicolas Cage and Wayne would have definitely gained a lot during the award season. What a pity. The old men in the Academy have never awarded the little golden man to a non-realistic film. It is well known that the Oscars look down on science fiction films, comic book movies, and popcorn special effects blockbusters. There was silence in the Warner Brothers conference room, and the small conference room of Sony Columbia was also solemn. Distribution director Paul Turner pointed his finger at the table, on which was the first week box office report of the film. "It seems that Cliffhanger will at least not make a loss. It's just a matter of how much profit it will make. This is much better than they expected before. If it is not compared with that Dark Madman, the box office figures of this film are definitely qualified. Then do we launch the follow-up plan?" Renee Holland did not expect that the box office battle would be settled in one weekend, and there was no need to launch the subsequent public opinion offensive, because these memes could not change the overall trend. Forget it. There's no point in hyping up Nicolas Cage's use of illegal drugs. Let's keep all the evidence and see if we can use it later. After the second week began, Paul Knight was ready to throw a grenade to stop the subsequent box office trend of Joker. However, according to the current situation, even if God came, it might not work, let alone the photo of the male lead taking illegal drugs. It might affect the choice of a few fans, but it would also offend Warner Brothers, and when the revenue obviously did not meet expectations, there was no need to smear it. That young man is going to be a god. Stallone, who had been expressionless, spoke at this time. He had no ill feelings towards the compatriot director. On the contrary, he thought that the other party did a great job. After the accumulation of two alternative style films, the third film broke all the records that could be broken in the first weekend. The final box office figures of the film are now even difficult for research companies to easily predict. He shook his head with emotion. No one believed that this film would start high and end low. Once this kind of social viewing trend is formed, we can only wait for the film to exhaust all its box office potential. It is basically not worth the loss to stop such a phenomenal work. Even Paul Turner was scratching his nose at this time, thinking about the possibility of Spider-Man turning dark. If he asked that director to redesign the origin of Spider-Man, what would it cost? The storm of Joker has just begun, and it is still far from sweeping the world, but many people are already thinking about the director Wayne. Chapter 158. Someone is investigating you and your parents, boss. Facing the rising sun, Wayne and his publicity team returned to New York again. After getting off the plane, they did not leave Kennedy International Airport. They joined Nicolas Cage and others from another group and directly transferred to London, the capital of the United Kingdom. Warner Brothers treated the crew quite well and booked the business class and first class cabins of the entire plane to accommodate the exhausted people. The team leader this time was John Gray. This mild-mannered production manager talked to Wayne and said that after the Joker project, he would not continue to work on the front line. This would be his last production project. If nothing unexpected happens, John will be promoted to vice president of the film and television production department. Although in addition to Jeff Robinoff, the head, there are as many as 3 or 4 project vice presidents, John has successfully entered the executive position. It is still a long way from the start of Wayne's next project, and he has not considered the issue of a new producer for the time being. For a week in a row, the tight schedule of publicity activities made this young man feel overwhelmed. Since getting on the plane, Nina covered him with a blanket, and Wayne fell into a state of wanting to sleep, but not being able to, but not wanting to waste energy, and wanting to work. Wayne, Nicolas Cage, who was lying across the aisle, called him, and when he opened his eyes, he saw the equally tired Joker. Maybe now he really looks like a clown. This week has made Cage, who has gained some weight, become skinny again. The plane has already flown into the stratosphere. Nicolas Cage left his seat and walked over. After politely exchanging seats with Nina, he looked at the young director with complicated eyes. "I've been flying in the air all week, and I haven't congratulated you yet, Wayne." At this moment, his fresh face actually felt much more mature in the past few months, and Nicolas Cage showed his signature smile. "Congratulations, Joker broke the first week box office record in film history." "You're welcome." Wayne's overworked hoarse voice sounded. "This is not just my credit. A large part of your efforts are in it. Of course, this is the honor of all of us in the crew." Thinking back to the preparations for the film, when he joined the crew for training, and today when the film was officially released and exploded across the United States, the 7 or 8 months in between were like a dream. Nicolas Cage and Wayne chatted casually to kill time. "Wayne, thank you for giving me this opportunity to participate in this work that is destined to be written into film history." Suddenly, Nicolas Cage put away his joking side and began to become serious. After saying this thank you, he did not wait for the other party to respond and walked back to his seat and exchanged with the assistant. At this moment, in Nicolas Cage's heart, he really still didn't like this director, but he was convinced by his ability and achievements. It was this young Jewish director lying not far away who caused another media carnival before getting on the plane. Today, on the plane to New York, he couldn't help but read the report about him and the film in Premiere magazine. Although the magazine didn't mention him much, the whole crew cheered when they saw the box office results for the week above. Since the day it was released last Friday, Joker has begun to dominate the summer season, with $39.35 million on Friday, $32.47 million on Saturday, and $24.37 million on Sunday. The first 3 days of the weekend were $96.19 million, and it achieved the highest box office record for the first weekend with overwhelming momentum. Not to mention that this is an R-rated film that children have to be accompanied by their parents if they want to watch it. Even if you look through the entire film history, this is the most dominant first weekend box office. After this result came out, he single-handedly made many professional survey companies dare not make easy predictions about the North American box office of the film, and any rules of watching movies have lost their effect in front of this film. And starting from Monday, the film has been rampant and completely unreasonable in sweeping the theater market. Monday was still a working day, and it took in $9.7 million on that day. Tuesday is the traditional theater discount day, and the box office rose to $13.9 million, $9.61 million on Wednesday, the 8th of March, million on Thursday. After a full week, the box office in North America reached $128.7 million. This terrifying efficiency of absorbing box office has caused a great discussion among the media in North America. Nicolas Cage can already foresee that many Hollywood companies will follow the director's production style, and a large number of dark and realistic films will definitely appear on the market next year. In Hollywood, whenever the market proves that a type of film is a hit, countless follow-up works will appear. Just like the Western film trend, musical film trend and gangster film trend in the past, he can think of no film that can reach this height. Even if Wayne Greenberg comes again, he may not be able to do it. The brilliant achievement of Joker is caused by a series of coincidences and unprecedented publicity and promotion methods, which can never be replicated. No matter how brilliant the box office results are, as long as people mention this film, they can't avoid him, Nicolas Cage. Compared with Wayne's improved status in the circle, he is the one who really benefits greatly. Think about the huge crowds of fans outside the airport in every city this week. They empathized with Arthur and saw their own shadows in life and transferred all their feelings for Arthur to Nicolas Cage. This made him famous, much more famous than all the art films he had starred in. This is why he would thank Wayne. He felt lucky to be able to play such a great role. Not to mention others, even his stand-in, Brandon Lee, is fully capable of playing this role. Not to mention anything else, Nicolas Cage believes that when more than 10 or 20 years have passed, when people think back to the movie stars of the 1990s, just based on the movie Joker, he will be one of the Hollywood representatives that cannot be avoided. This is where actors are more popular than directors. After all, the exposure rate of behind-the-scenes jobs is not as good as that of stars standing on the stage. And all of this all originated from the director lying across the aisle. It was he who planned this project, planned this extremely elegant, crazy, cold and dark character Arthur Freddy. It's just a pity that this is a comic book movie. If this was a realistic crime thriller, Nicolas Cage would have even thought of using the connections of the Coppola family to hit the little golden man representing the title of Best Actor. This is the most regrettable thing for Wayne and him. Compared with those standard movies made for the Oscar, the artistic achievement of Joker is definitely much higher. Now they can only hope to use the box office results to try to break the defense of those old men in the Academy. Wayne didn't know Nicolas Cage's idea. If he knew, he would definitely sneer. In this era of Oscar, except for the truck driver who broke the door with market results, no one else can do it. And the king of the world took the little golden man. In addition to the unparalleled box office achievements of The Big Ship, there is a bigger reason that James Cameron drove the aircraft carrier and broke the barriers of countless countries to Hollywood movies, allowing Hollywood blockbusters to become popular in all regions of the world. This achievement is no less than George Lucas's achievement of opening the era of commercial films with Star Wars. Boss, there is something. Nina also leaned back and reported softly after carefully looking at the boss, who opened his eyes. Someone has investigated all your information. The information came from Mr. Hollywood Eye. Huh. This news was quite unexpected. Wayne's eyes widened. It seems that the public relations fee paid to Mr. Pellicano really worked. What did he say? Ever since Jimmy contacted Anthony Pellicano, the way to maintain this relationship was naturally taken over by Nina. Wayne has no shortage of money to buy the other party's information, but the premise is that it must be accurate. Nina raised her eyebrows playfully, observed the distance between the people around her, and whispered, "You will never guess this person. He is the secretary of the president of New Line Cinema. Anthony left me a message saying that the other party not only asked a private detective to investigate you, but also Reuben and Anna." Hiss. Wayne was not afraid of others investigating. He didn't have any shameful problems. At most, they would find that his private life was chaotic, but this had long been hyped by the gossip tabloids and everyone knew it. His playboy persona won't detract from his reputation, and his fans don't care which female star he sleeps with today. But the investigation of Wayne's parents revealed a bit of weirdness, which aroused his strongest vigilance. Could it be that old Reuben had offended someone in the past, and now that the other person has made a name for himself, he wants to take revenge? This was Wayne's first instinct, because Reuben Greenberg was also a jerk when he was young. Anthony Pellicano is still investigating the follow-up, but it will take time. We don't understand the other party's purpose yet. After saying that, Nina didn't care about her boss, who suddenly became energetic, and she pulled the blanket over her head, put on an eye mask and fell asleep. She had been tormented during this period of time. Interesting? Scratching the stubble on his chin gently, Wayne waved to his agent. He had to figure out who would investigate him at this time of his glory, and what was the purpose. This was not just poking his own ant nest. The most important thing is that he has stirred up a hornet's nest of Warner Brothers and even Time Warner. Now, if Wayne has any problems, this world's top media giant can tear the culprit to pieces. Jimmy came over with a newspaper in his hand, and there was a large poster of the Joker on it. "What's wrong, Wayne? After you get off the plane, help me make an appointment with George Lucas and tell him that I'm treating him to Chinese food." Chapter 159. The real clown is coming. Wayne had been thinking about it before the plane landed. Just like his parents never told him what happened back then, they wanted to live a good life now. Reuben, who likes to collect shotguns and hunt, and Anna, who likes cooking, and Mary Sue TV series, both feel that their current life is very happy and peaceful, and they are unwilling to care about the past decades. Wayne will never allow anyone to try to destroy the peace of the farm. After thinking about it, it is probably because of the bad things that happened back then, so he wants to open a breakthrough from George Lucas. This bearded father of Star Wars admires him very much, and maybe he can ask something. After the plane landed on the ground, several main actors such as Nicolas Cage and Robert De Niro washed their faces and reapplied makeup, ready to face the British media with the best image. These British Empire media reporters are not as easy to deal with as their North American counterparts. From the moment they entered the airport hall, countless tricky questions were thrown to everyone in the crew. Fleet Street. While the main actors were surrounded, Wayne took his assistant and agent and deliberately fell behind and quietly got into the car. Now they were still surrounded in the lobby, and the security was completely useless. While no one noticed the director, several people drove to the hotel first, and they were relieved only after they checked into the reserved suite. Those reporters were simply too crazy, and few of the questions they asked were related to the film, and every sentence was about gossip and rumors about the crew. Before leaving the airport, Wayne heard a female reporter chasing Nicolas Cage and asking him about taking contraband on the first day of joining the crew. "We should have brought Sergey, boss." The little assistant sincerely missed the Russian bear, but unfortunately he was given a vacation by his boss before leaving. "He also needs a vacation, Nina. I remember you also had a chance to take a vacation, but you can't do anything except stay in the manor to walk the dog and watch TV." Facing Nina's sigh, Wayne didn't take it seriously. It was a rare opportunity to give the driver and security guard a vacation. It's better to take the opportunity to let him rest for a few more days. It's not bad to come to London at this time of year. The fog is perfectly avoided, but the drizzle is inevitable. As soon as they entered the hotel, they saw filaments floating outside the window. Warner Brothers scheduled the premiere of Joker tonight. It was too late to sleep at this time. Wayne sat at the window with a cup of black tea and watched the drizzle outside. This typical London weather is just like what is described in all British literature, giving people the illusion of going back to the last century. British literature? Ha. Putting the black tea on the small table on the balcony, he naturally thought of The Little Wizard. Normally, Ms. Rowling should have started writing The Philosopher's Stone in 1989, and it would take a long time for this series of works to become famous. But it was just a thought. Wayne would never get involved in this matter. The popularity of The Little Wizard was created by Warner Brothers after acquiring the copyright and using the world's best distribution channels. Personal ability is nothing in front of this. Warner Brothers spent several years starting from the bestseller lists of various countries and gradually increasing the publicity as time went by to create the well-known reputation of Harry Potter. It was not until this time that the book was adapted into a movie, and then there was the IP worth tens of billions. This is simply not something that one person can handle. With such a large investment of resources and time, let alone The Little Wizard, the ending of another series of books should not be much different. "Boss, Jeff's call." The assistant brought the phone, interrupting Wayne's random thoughts. "Hi, Jeff. Do you have any good news to tell me?" He picked up the phone and put it to his ear, looking at the drizzle outside the window and said, "The films that will be released on a large scale this weekend are Disney's Crazy and 20th Century Fox's The Dreamer." Jeff Robinov's voice came from the other end of the phone. Thinking back to these two films, he actually had no impression of them at all. "What's wrong? Will it pose a threat to us? How is it possible? I just talked to Paul Knight of Columbia on the phone and started to put pressure on the theater company together. No one can challenge the status of Joker, at least not for the time being. Things are so funny. Two films that were competitors last week began to join forces to squeeze others the next week." Jeff's purpose of calling was not to discuss these distribution plans, but simply to maintain a relationship and test Wayne's attitude towards the next project. Picking up the black tea and taking a sip, Wayne said, "Okay, you are the professionals in these matters. It doesn't make much sense to tell me, Jeff. The weather in London is terrible. I hope France can bring us some surprises. Here's the thing, Wayne." The other party paused. Then I'll be frank. I heard that George Lucas invited you to direct Star Wars. This made him suddenly realize that Warner Brothers seemed to be nervous. Yes, I'm still considering it. You know how intensive the promotion schedule of Joker is. I want to consider whether to accept it after everything is over. I understand what you mean, Jeff. I can tell you now that Warner Brothers and I are almost tied together. If nothing unexpected happens, Warner Brothers will still be the producer and distributor of my new project. After hanging up the phone, Wayne shook his head. No matter what his choice is, Warner Brothers will be the best partner. He tends not to take over Star Wars. This series is a shortcut. It is also a huge sinkhole. But it is too early to make a decision now. Everything has to wait until we have discussed it. If Lucasfilm is willing to throw money at him and offer him a 20+25 global profit sharing contract, Wayne really doesn't mind rewriting the prequel trilogy. As time goes by, the crew's overseas promotion is relatively smooth. The premiere in the UK was very successful. This is the second largest Hollywood box office after North America. This also opened the overseas screening journey of Joker. Every time the crew goes to a place, it will cause a huge response. Just like the performance of this film in North America, it is popular in dozens of countries. While the crew was promoting in one country after another in Europe, the North American theater market continued to experience the ravages of Joker. In the second weekend of the film's release, the box office rebounded strongly on Friday, winning $16.9 million. The box office continued to rise on Saturday, closing at $22.13 million and $16.81 million on Sunday, which is a healthy box office decline trajectory. The film again took in $55.84 million in its second weekend, winning the title for the second consecutive weekend. The total box office reached $184.54 million, ranking first in the annual box office list in 1993. The second place this week was Cliffhanger, which took in $16.78 million. The joint pressure from Sony Columbia and Warner Brothers greatly squeezed Disney's The Witches and Fox's The Dreamers, which ranked third and fourth, taking in $9.87 million and $7.56 million respectively. Not only did Joker continue to sweep the North American theater market, but it also caused a viewing craze in various countries during its first weekend overseas screenings. The UK had the best box office performance in its first weekend, with $30.8 million, successfully topping the British Isles box office. The box office revenue in Japan was $17.77 million. In France it was $19.8 million. In Mexico it was $18.7 million. In South Korea it was $17.45 million. And in Russia, Italy, Spain, Australia, Brazil, etc. it was all over $10 million. According to a rough calculation by Warner Brothers Overseas Distribution Department, Joker earned more than $190 million in box office in more than 50 countries and regions in the world in the first weekend. The overly explosive box office results have caused social discussions in more than 50 countries and regions for this alternative Hollywood blockbuster. Even the crew members who are promoting in various countries can clearly feel that the popularity of Joker is getting bigger and bigger, and the fans and media who come to greet it are getting more and more enthusiastic. Just when the film came to the third weekend in North American theaters, a video of director Wayne Greenberg flying and hugging a black fan at the premiere of Joker suddenly appeared on various TV media. This is the last wave of large-scale publicity plan of Warner Brothers in North America, and the effect is unexpectedly good. Since the broadcast of this video of more than 10 seconds, the market performance, which had already tended to be flat, has ushered in a big rebound. After earning $8.34 million, $6.97 million, $4.91 million, and $4.2 million on the 4 working days, the film again earned $8.58 million on Friday. It continued to sweep the market on Saturday and Sunday, earning $12.44 million and $8.22 million in the third weekend after its summer release. With $29.24 million, it won the box office championship for the third consecutive weekend. At this time, the North American box office of the film reached a terrifying result of $247.2 million. The media called it a wolf. Now this film is the fastest film in history to break $100 million, the fastest film to break $200 million, the holder of the highest first weekend box office record, and the holder of the highest first week box office record for R-rated films. Everything was as Warner Brothers and Wayne expected. In terms of the impact on society, this film has surpassed many of its predecessors, and the influence has been perfectly converted into box office figures. And when the global box office of the film reached $500 million in 3 weeks after its release, a sudden news event occurred. A call from Warner Brothers made Wayne abandon the publicity team and charter a plane from Spain to return to North America. The atmosphere on the plane was particularly dull, with only Jimmy's voice constantly ringing. On May 31, 1993, in a theater showing Joker in Aurora, Colorado, a madman wearing a clown mask, holding an AR rifle that he had modified into a fully automatic rifle, opened fire on the fans who were watching the movie in the theater at the Aurora shopping center. He was laughing while shooting. His shooting skills were not good, but before shooting, he threw a tear gas bomb at the crowd. Chapter 160. 12 people died. Tut tut tut. The conscience of the capitalists. The plane flew smoothly over the Pacific Ocean. Only Wayne and his team returned urgently. But with the simple narration of Agent Jimmy, the atmosphere in the first-class cabin became colder and colder. Reaching out and tapping the armrest of the chair gently, Wayne just wanted to light a cigarette to calm himself down, but he still suppressed his thoughts. At this time, when Joker has a bright future and is ready to hit the threshold of $300 million box office in North America in a short time, this unexpected accident has occurred. If it is not handled properly, it is very likely to cause the Waterloo of Joker. The impact of the social environment on the film is self-evident. This is the same as after the trauma of 9/11. Marvel superheroes began to become popular, and after Black Lives Matter, the main characters of the movie must be African American. If the public blames Joker for social problems, then the North American box office will basically be here. Others may just think that it is a pity that Joker stopped harvesting box office because of this incident. After all, Warner Brothers has already made a fortune now. But Wayne knows very well that the box office of Joker is far from reaching the top, and this loss is not a little bit. It's the 1990s now, and the era of universal entertainment has not yet arrived. People's entertainment is mainly based on movies and TV. Unlike more than 20 years later, there are so many entertainment options for the public. Movies are no longer people's first choice of entertainment. There are at least hundreds of other entertainment options. Although movie tickets are much cheaper now than in the future, even if they can offset each other, Wayne predicts that the box office of Joker is likely to be higher than 20 years later. If it is not handled well, it will be all over. We have to wait until I get back to talk about the specific situation. I have only received these simple news now. Looking up at his client's gloomy face, Jimmy lay down after he finished speaking. No one can empathize with his client better than Jimmy, who signed a contract with Wayne in his junior year. This was originally a film that could make Wayne a god, and any accidents must not happen. This movie, whether in terms of the appeal to the public's emotions, the influence on all walks of life in North American society, or even the artistic achievements in the film, is unprecedented. Especially the commercial performance of the film. Joker is running towards the first place in film history. All these combined will definitely push Wayne, the young man, to the altar. Rubbing his eyebrows that were almost twisted together, Wayne let out a long breath. After the plane lands, we will go directly to Warner Brothers. It's useless to think more now. Only by knowing the specific situation can we evaluate how much impact this incident will have on Joker. At this time, he has made preparations. It is impossible to think that there will be no impact at all. It depends on how the subsequent events develop. The plane landed at Los Angeles International Airport. Before the group entered the hall, they were stopped by Sergey, who was waiting outside the runway. He took several people directly to the prepared car. He explained after the car drove out of the airport. The hall of Los Angeles International Airport has been blocked by dozens of media reporters. Damn it, how did they know that we were back? Jimmy asked angrily. Now Wayne is like sitting on the crater. Before things are clear, he must not make any comments easily. Okay, Jimmy, don't be nervous. Patting his agent on the shoulder, Wayne's face was still ugly, but he had indeed calmed down. There's no point in worrying about that. Many Spanish media saw it before we got on the plane. The car returned to silence and drove quickly to the media capital of Burbank. Some things can't be avoided after all. In the parking lot of the Warner building, the group was surrounded by reporters as soon as they got off the car. Since 1993, after the stunning appearance of Joker at the Super Bowl, Wayne and the film have been at the forefront of the storm. After entering May, he and the film have become hot topics in North America. Now that such a horrific attack has occurred, Wayne has become even more popular in the eyes of these media reporters. As long as they can dig out something from him, it will definitely be the front page headline tomorrow. This temptation is too great for the media. Director Greenberg, because your film has set a good example for the thug, now more than dozens of people have been. Wayne, do you think you are an executioner? Say something. Director Greenberg, what do you think of this sensational attack? Wayne, I'm a reporter from NBC Universal. Do you have anything to say to the public? 7 or 8 security guards ran out of the Warner building in an instant, and they protected Wayne in the center. Facing these reporters from all sizes of media, he walked in without saying a word, lowering his head, and only became quiet after entering the building. After nodding and thanking the security guards, they hurriedly took the elevator and went straight to the president's office. Pushing the door and entering Kevin Suhara's office, several executives in the room were already waiting for them. After sitting down, before they had time to say hello, Jeff Robinoff pointed to the TV that had been moved in. It was the ABC News channel, which was broadcasting a special news report on this incident. On May 31st, Tuesday at 3:50 p.m., when young people in Aurora, Colorado, gathered in a movie theater to watch the movie Joker, they didn't know that an unprecedented nightmare was about to come. When the movie started in the 9th theater at 4:22, about half an hour later, a man wearing a red suit, a yellow vest, and a clown mask entered the theater from the emergency exit. He first threw tear gas at the crowd, causing chaos. Then he laughed wildly and began to randomly shoot at the crowd with his AR-15 rifle modified into a fully automatic rifle. After the magazine was emptied, he took out a shotgun and a pistol and continued to spray all the bullets at the crowd. At first, the audience thought it was a movie promotion event. When blood splattered and people fell to the ground, they realized that this was a real and cruel massacre. When the host said this, the TV screen switched to the theater where the incident occurred. The theater scene in the camera still retained a lot of blood and brass bullet shells everywhere. Although yellow police tape had been set up around the area, many things could still be photographed outside, including blood-stained shoes and clothes, scattered popcorn buckets, and the most eye-catching were several clown masks. The scene then switched to a local hospital, where a body covered with a white sheet and a doctor busy in the emergency room could be seen. Sullivan, 27, happened to have his birthday that day. He was going to celebrate his birthday by watching a movie, but he ended his life on the first day of his 27th birthday. Female sports reporter Jessica was a survivor of the recent Toronto Eaton Center shooting, but this time she failed to receive the favor of God and died. So far, it has been confirmed that a total of 71 people were shot, 12 people died, 59 people were injured, and the youngest dead was only 6 years old. This morning, the president and the White House spokesman held an emergency press conference in front of the president's mansion. The president, Zipperton, who has just succeeded for 4 months, expressed condolences to the victims and strongly condemned the murderer. At the same time, Zipperton also said that we may not be living in the best times now, but this is not the worst time. The White House will work hard to change people's economic situation. Only by increasing jobs can we effectively reduce the emergence of such antisocial lunatics. At the same time, the president also emphasized that film directors, producers, and film companies need to be more cautious and pay more attention when dealing with violent scenes. But such a tragic order of 12 lives is something that a movie cannot and should not buy. Pop. The secretary turned off the TV that was chattering non-stop. All the executives of Warner Brothers were waiting for Lars Ipton's last words. As long as he said this, there was no need to watch the news. Hearing the familiar president say the last words, Wayne pointed his finger upward and asked, "Time Warner, Wayne. His words are enough." Kevin Suhara stared at him seriously, his tone full of warnings. The degree of dirtiness of politics is definitely far beyond your imagination. Don't be more curious. We don't need to know why, as long as the result is enough. Wayne gently scratched the stubble on his chin with his fingers and nodded gently. In fact, everyone present knew that the president had always had gossip about the media tycoon. Wayne had to admire Warner Brothers for this matter. Before everyone reacted, they made the best public relations in North America through their parent company Time Warner. With the president endorsing this matter, the remaining troubles are just troubles, and Warner Brothers can completely solve it with their own abilities. It can only be said that the benefits that Joker will bring are too great, far more than a few $100 million. The expected revenue will be hundreds of millions or even hundreds of millions of dollars, not to mention the subsequent global operations of Warner Brothers. "What do you need me to do?" They called him back urgently, and they must have a relevant plan. Thomas Menz, the head of the distribution department, clapped his hands, attracted his attention, and said, "Make a high-profile appearance, Wayne. We need you to express condolences to the victims in a high-profile manner. Warner will spend millions of funds to properly resolve this matter." He picked up 2 pieces of printed paper and showed them to him, which showed Wayne's schedule for the next few days and the implementation plan of the entire plan. Who said this is a bad thing? So many people died, and it just happened to completely detonate Joker among all the people in North America. It was just a hotspot and a carnival for movie fans before. We must take the opportunity to turn it into a social movement and let passers-by walk into the theater. TSK. The Conscience of the Capitalists. Chapter 161. Public Lover, Friend of Women. What kind of film is easy to be mythical? Films that have killed people. What kind of film is easy to win awards? Films that have killed people. What kind of film is easy to be politically correct? Films that have killed people. Warner Brothers is a production company that aims to make profits, so it will definitely not miss this natural explosion point. Of course, some public opinion must be reversed first, but isn't this exactly what the media giant Time Warner is best at? Why did the successive presidents have an ambiguous relationship with the media group? Isn't it because these big capitals have the crucial propaganda channels and the weapons of public opinion that can directly influence the people? CNN cable news channel will report your help and comfort to the victims throughout the process. Thomas Menz pointed to the plan on the printed paper and explained it to Wayne one by one. After this matter is resolved, we have also arranged for you to be on the cover of Time magazine and People. The other part is series of means are nothing more than trying to take advantage of the scale of screening of Joker to increase the popularity of everything related to the film as much as possible and drive all the fans who have not seen it into the theater. No problem, you decide on these matters. Wayne nodded happily and agreed. The benefits here were greater for him. To put it bluntly, Warner Brothers was carrying out a deification campaign for Wayne, so he would not be ungrateful. Thomas Menz continued, also, don't accept media interviews yet. Wayne, some things are much more powerful when they are done than when they are said. I understand. After discussing everything temporarily, Wayne once again returned to the car under the siege of reporters and prepared to go back for a good sleep. Just as the car turned into Mulholland Road, the assistant lady who was flipping through all the newspapers in the past 2 days suddenly put a magazine interview in front of her boss. Boss, take a look at this. Taking the magazine that had been flipped, the first thing that caught Wayne's eye was the sexy photo of Cameron Diaz. This small magazine called Entertainment World specifically interviewed Cameron Diaz. The general content of this video is all about the gossip about this beautiful woman and Wayne. It is obviously an act of trying to take advantage of the popularity of Joker, but this is understandable, and the media taking advantage of the popularity is also understandable. The reason for Nina to show it to him was what Cameron Diaz said. It was almost a complete retelling of the process of having sex with Wayne, including all kinds of details, Wayne's data, and even the way he likes. After watching this, he couldn't help but sigh. Cammy has matured. This woman has also become aware of taking advantage of the popularity. When answering questions, she always talks about her relationship with Wayne. She is very similar to Nicole Kidman, who is not doing well after her divorce from Tom Cruise. Whenever she is interviewed, she must mention her ex-husband to get exposure. However, she still knows the scope of the topic. She praised Wayne's ability and called him a perfect bed partner. And at the end of the interview, she repeated his generosity more than once and showed two bags. I guess the producer gave her the idea. With a quick thought, Wayne can think of the matter. The Mask is using the relationship between Cameron and me to start promoting it in advance. There will definitely be other news later. Shaking his head, Wayne never cared about these hypes. Not to mention that Cameron Diaz didn't say anything bad about him. On the contrary, the whole article was full of praise. More than that, the assistant handed over another magazine with some helplessness. This time even Wayne felt embarrassed. The cover of Premiere magazine was a sexy photo of Naomi Watts, and even the content of the interview inside was exactly the same as the previous magazine. Boss, you are going to become a friend of women and a public lover. They praised your technical ability in that aspect to the sky. Nina rolled her eyes and began to tease without hesitation. It seems that Mrs. Doubtfire, starring Naomi Watts, was released earlier, and everyone started the plan of forcibly riding on the popularity. Now, as long as it can be related to Wayne, there will definitely be no shortage of audiences to pay for it. At this time, he was thankful in his heart. Fortunately, Halle Berry had been following him to promote the event. Otherwise, this woman who was even more ruthless to him might have said something to the media. Boss, sit down. The partition in the front row was suddenly opened, and Sergio's voice came out. The door of the house was blocked by those damn paparazzi. After saying that, he waited for the security guards who saw them coming back to open the door, and he rushed in directly. The extended version of the Rolls-Royce Silver Thor made him feel like he was driving a military off-road vehicle. After the car entered the manor, the security guards trained by Sergio did not close the door, but stared at the paparazzi reporters, as if waiting for them to come in. The crowd, who were just excited and carrying long guns and short guns, immediately calmed down, looking at the strong man staring at them with ill intentions in the door. None of these people were stupid. If they dared to step into this door, the thugs who had returned from overseas battlefields would definitely shoot without hesitation. Not only would their boss not fire them, but they might even get bonuses. The castle law has never been abolished in North America. Breaking into private territory is definitely a very risky thing. This is CNN News Channel. Our reporter learned that after the Colorado movie theater shooting that shocked the whole of North America, the famous Hollywood director Wayne Greenberg, on behalf of all the crew members and Warner Brothers Studios, provided all-round life assistance to the families of the victims. He also promised the wife and daughter of the 27-year-old victim Sullivan that he would set up a Sullivan account from the Greenberg Charity Fund to cover all the expenses of his youngest daughter before graduation from college. Mr. Greenberg promised to take a part of the profits from Joker to help all the victims with the difficulties they encounter in life. At the same time, the White House spokesman issued a resolution on behalf of the president that all of North America would lower the flag to half-mast for 6 days to mourn for the innocent people who died. In the Sony Columbia office, in addition to the director Paul Turner, there is also the rare female director Nora Ephron in Hollywood, and the crew members of Sleepless in Seattle including Tom Hanks and Meg Ryan. Everyone was watching the special report on CNN News Channel. Others didn't care, but Paul Turner was so depressed that he wanted to smash the TV. He now felt that he must have had a grudge with that director in his previous life. It had been so long since the summer season, and the competitor was still Joker. The opponent's action speed was too fast. He looked unhappy and showed it on his face without any concealment. Next week our movie will be released, and it seems that the main competitor is still this movie. There were some things he couldn't say. After all, Sony was an outsider, and many things were too disadvantageous compared to Warner. Fortunately, Clerks of the Mountain performed very strongly and has won $70 million in box office so far. But when he thought of Sleepless in Seattle, which would be released next week, he wanted to swear. The two executives who were forced to resign, and the executives of the book had arranged the movie schedule in an amateur way. There was only 3 weeks between the two films of their own. This was not a way to arrange the box office. It was likely to form a situation where one prospered and all suffered. Normally, it should be arranged at the beginning and end of the summer season. I think you're thinking too much. Nora Ephron can do very well as a woman in Hollywood, where male hegemony is rampant, because of her strong market insight and clear mind. She pointed at Tom Hanks and said, "We have Tom Hanks. Even if Joker can last until next weekend, it will be completely different from the audience of our film. I'm not worried about the first weekend of the movie, because I believe in Tom Hanks' box office appeal." Paul, what you have to consider now is Jurassic Park, which will be released in the next 2 weeks. The combination of Spielberg and the top of the bestseller list, I have a feeling that the box office will not be lower than the bomb Joker. When Paul Turner mentioned this, he wanted to throw the cup and resign. In front of him was Joker, the dark madman, and behind him was Jurassic Park, the old Jewish man. The two films he led were sandwiched in the middle. People who dare to look down on Spielberg have not appeared in this circle yet. What's more, this is a masterpiece made by the good guy to compromise with Schindler's List. It is obvious that he wants to make money to subsidize that movie. At this time, Tom Hanks, who had a simple and honest face and could give people a sense of trust at first sight, said, "I agree with Nora. Our film and Joker have completely different audiences. What we should worry about now is Jurassic Park. It is clear that Jurassic Park is a family movie. As a book that has been on the top of the Random House bestseller list for many years, the fan base should not be too large. Sleepless in Seattle is essentially a comedy. The audiences of the two films have obvious overlaps, which is what they should be concerned about. Follow the planned publicity and promotion plan. Our plan remains unchanged." Gritting his teeth, Paul Turner looked at the superstar. "I believe in Nora and your box office appeal. I will contact Warner Brothers again and put pressure on the theater chain to reduce the scale of screening of Sandland Legend." After everyone left, Paul Turner looked at the chattering TV and stretched out his hand to rub his face vigorously. Suddenly, he picked up the ashtray on the table and smashed it on the TV with a bang. "You damn lunatic. A lunatic who worships darkness." After venting, he adjusted his expression, picked up the phone and dialed it. After the secretary transferred the call, he said, "Thomas, I think we cooperated well last time. Next week we can." At the same time, the impact of the shooting continued to expand. The overseas publicity team sent a message that various large-scale activities of Joker in Paris have been cancelled, and European countries have increased security in theaters at the same time. Chapter 162. This is a devastating blow to me. 4 days of turmoil have passed. This period is a carnival day for all media. All media practitioners in North America are about to love Wayne Greenberg, the dark madman. During this period, everything related to him has never lacked topics, whether it is his achievements in movies or his appearance as a social activist and philanthropist, to appease and help the families of the shooting victims. As long as this name appears in the newspaper, sales will definitely surge the next day. Before the arrival of the new weekend, Warner Brothers invited dozens of authoritative media of all sizes to hold a press conference on everything that happened during this period. The main reason why so many media reporters flocked here today is that Wayne, who has remained silent during this period, will appear at this press conference. Now, whether it is the media or the public, there has been endless debate on whether the movie should pay for the innocent people this time. But the strange problem is here. No matter how fierce the debate is, Joker has not stopped its journey in the theater market. At the beginning of Monday, the movie once again achieved a box office of $2.74 million, which is more in line with the public's expectations. Under the influence of public opinion, this decline is already very healthy. Tuesday is the traditional discount day for theaters. The box office of the film rose slightly, earning $3.81 million. $2.45 million on Wednesday, $2.41 million on Thursday, and another $11.41 million in 4 working days. At this time, all the media had no time to hype anything else. After 3 weeks, the box office of Joker exceeded $250 million at an unprecedented speed, reaching $258.61 million. And this is not the end of the film. The scale of the film's screening has not shown any intention of shrinking. Obviously, the theater company will maintain the scale of Joker screening until the end of this weekend. The performance of this film, which ignores the laws of the market, has completely disrupted everyone's perception of the box office trend of theaters. Only based on the current healthy decline, the box office of Joker will definitely exceed $300 million. It is only a matter of time, not a matter of whether it can be done. Every reporter who participated in the press conference, after entering the conference room, first looked at the director sitting in the middle of the table in front, and then silently blended into the strange silence in the conference room. There was no noise, no chatter, only the sound of the photographers in the back row silently installing equipment. It was not until 9 o'clock in the morning, after the staff closed the door, that the conference room was filled with footsteps, and the reporters in the front row began to squeeze forward. The first person to be called was Wayne's old friend, Bella Grant, who had just been promoted to deputy editor-in-chief of the Los Angeles Times. The beautiful reporter, as always, showed off her hot body, and the first question she asked made her colleagues look at her sideways. Director Greenberg, what do you think of this shooting? Is it the same as the Reagan shooting, a bad influence caused by the movie? This immediately made everyone excited. The Reagan shooting happened in 1981, only about 10 years ago. At that time, Hinckley, who was obsessed with actress Jodie Foster in Taxi Driver, imitated the behavior of the protagonist Travis in the movie and shot US President Reagan near the Washington Hilton Hotel, causing Reagan to be shot in the chest and several accompanying officials to be injured. Although the court finally found Hinckley to be seriously mentally ill and not guilty of murdering the president, and only sentenced him to compulsory treatment, the view that entertainment, popular culture, especially violence and sex in movies, will have a significant impact on teenagers, has been deeply rooted in people's minds. Facing the flashing lights, Wayne approached the microphone with an extremely solemn face. Imagine that if there is no violence or erotic content in the movie, and it is so clean that even the most conservative people can't find any problems, will the world become better? No more violence? The answer may not be known. But in this impossible imagination, what we can be sure of is how false and empty the human spiritual world will become. All artists and audiences will degenerate into demented children, pretending to be in a pure and perfect dream world. Isn't the bankruptcy of the Hays Code in North America enough to illustrate the problem? So you think this matter has nothing to do with movies? Bella Grant asked again. I think I've made it very clear. I don't think this has much to do with the movie. After a pause, and thinking for a while, Wayne continued into the microphone. Movies, like other arts, are a distortion and reflection of reality. There are indeed many movies that exaggerate or advocate violence, but at the same time, there are perhaps more movies that make the audience more deeply aware of the seriousness of the problem of violence, and make people wary and reflect on where violence comes from and where the darkness lies. This aspect is particularly obvious in Joker, so I advocate that the public can watch movies rationally. I believe you can feel more things worth cherishing from Joker. The purpose of this press conference is still to reverse public perception through the media and promote the movies that are still being shown. Wayne must take the opportunity to add his own goods, which is also the tacit understanding between the two sides, and the reason why Bella Grant was named first. A reporter with a Washington Post hanging on his chest took Bella's microphone and asked, as we all know, Director Greenberg, the movies you have made since your debut are all full of dark styles, violence, death, twisted and struggling human nature, and crazy shouting. Do you think this will affect young fans who like you? Not at all. As soon as the reporter finished speaking, Wayne gave a decisive answer. In fact, it is precisely the movies that offer the strongest criticism of unprincipled and valueless violence, from the hint of the shotgun pointed at the innocent wild deer in The Deer Hunter to the horror that Coates, who started out with terror, muttered before his death in Apocalypse Now. Horror. I think Joker also shows you these, and some of the truths are even understandable to children. It tells us the most basic truth, that violence cannot solve any problems. It is just a last resort for the oppressed. At this point in the press conference, Wayne had already made it clear enough. He waved his hand to stop the reporter who wanted to continue asking questions, and approached the microphone to make his final statement. I firmly believe that film is one of the greatest art forms in the United States and an important way for us to share stories and spend good times through the screen. The cinema is like my home, but someone in this pure and hopeful place has carried out such an intolerable brutal violence, which is a devastating blow to me. After saying this, he stood up and bowed slightly to the media reporters, looking at everyone with great openness. The photographer loyally recorded this scene through the camera lens and various models of cameras. The reporters clapped their hands and gave Wayne enthusiastic applause. With a huge peak that seemed to be able to pop off the shirt at any time, Bella Grant shouted, "Director Greenberg, the Los Angeles Times will publish your final statement without missing a word. It will appear in the special issue that will be urgently issued at noon." This pleasing beautiful reporter has reached the level of perfection in her understanding of human relationships. Wayne smiled and nodded to her and walked out of the large conference room. Thank you. The staff took Wayne's microphone and said to the media staff in the room, "Thank you again for coming to the press conference. Warner Brothers has prepared some small gifts for you. Please don't forget to pick them up before you leave." This kind of tacit understanding generally makes people understand what's going on. After receiving the gift prepared by Warner Brothers, don't write blindly based on speculation. When you go back, it's best to publish Wayne's final statement without missing a word. Of course, you can also take the things and do nothing, and still do your own thing, but basically such reporters and media units will not get any latest news in the future, and the circle will squeeze your living space together. Everyone is leaving one after another. In fact, they still have a lot of questions about the movie box office that have not been answered, but compared to what Wayne said about the shooting today, it is enough for these people to write several manuscripts. Bella Grant took the small gift package handed over by the Warner Brothers staff without any scruples. She opened it in front of many colleagues. "We are all crows, so no one should laugh at the second black." The contents of the small bag were very simple, but everyone could feel a little surprise. Bella held a massive shopping voucher worth $2,000. She glanced at the voucher of photographer Bob who came with her, which was also worth $2,000. Warner Brothers is so generous. Photographer Bob shook the voucher and whistled. "Now I don't have to worry about Dylan's football suit. This kid has recently joined the school team." Bob. Bella also shook the voucher and handed it to her old partner. "Buy a few more pairs of shoes for Dylan. I heard that teenager shoes are particularly easy to break when playing." Bob took the shopping voucher from the female reporter without any embarrassment. He would not ask how much Bella, a smart girl, earned. The video of Wayne flying to save the black girl that he shot was edited by Bella and given to Warner Brothers. That was the ability and sense of smell of this woman. She got the amount that satisfied her, and that was enough. "Don't be shy about spending, Bob." She gave another reminder to her honest partner before getting in the car. Today's interview is just like that video. Who knows how much more box office revenue it will bring to Warner Brothers and Wayne Greenberg's movie. After saying that, she got in the car and rushed back to the newspaper office. The editor-in-chief was still waiting for her manuscript. She was hesitant about another thing. Wayne Greenberg, the playboy, invited her to his home for Chinese food next Monday to thank her for providing that clear video. Should I accept it? We are all adults, and we all know what some invitations mean. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 163, 300 million. I firmly believe that film is one of the greatest art forms in the United States and an important way for us to share stories and spend good times through the screen. The cinema is like my home, but someone in this pure and hopeful place has carried out such an intolerable brutal violence, which is a devastating blow to me. Wayne Greenberg. This is all published in the Los Angeles Times, the Washington Post and the New York Times. These are authoritative media. While eating a sandwich, Hector Henry mumbled to his friends and read the newspaper. The 7 or 8 boys and girls around him were obviously much more mature than 2 years ago. Looking at his friends, Hector Henry swallowed the last bite of bread and said, "Do you remember the summer vacation of 1991, when we all went to see the preview of Happy Death Day together?" A little fat boy put down the Predator model he was fiddling with and suddenly sighed. Yeah, we are all seniors this year. I still remember that year when we all went to see Happy Death Day together. It was about our own stories as college students. But this movie called Joker caused the misfortune in the cinema. Hector Henry's girlfriend frowned and pointed at the newspaper. Didn't we agree to give up this movie that caused the misfortune and wait to watch Tom Hanks' Sleepless in Seattle together? Just like more than 2 years ago, these friends still like to gather in Xiaopang and Hector's dormitory when they have nothing to do and study the plans and arrangements for the summer vacation together. Originally, they watched Happy Death Day together and watched Get Out the following year, but this year's Joker tickets were too hard to get, and it was hard to get a ticket in the first few weeks. When they could easily buy movie tickets, the terrifying movie theater shooting occurred again, so several people decided to give up this ominous movie and wait for the romantic comedy Sleepless in Seattle. No, you should all read today's newspaper, Hector Henry said angrily, slapping a few newspapers in front of his friends, who didn't take it seriously. We shouldn't listen to the hype of those tabloids. These authoritative media have all published Wayne's statement. Even for this director, everyone should go and see what the movie is like. Her boyfriend was obviously very serious. Daisy threw away the playing cards in her hand and picked up a newspaper. The little fat man also put down the monster model in his hand and started to read it together. Oh my god. The president also endorsed this movie. Wine. Only fools believe what politicians say. But what Wayne said is very good. I think he is right. The personal behavior of madmen should not be blamed on the movie. Listening to the argument of his friends, the corners of Hector Henry's mouth slowly raised. He knew that these people had been persuaded by him. Yes, what Wayne said is very good. Hey, guys. I have a suggestion. The fat man clapped his hands, and when his friends all looked over, he said, we can go to the theater early, watch Joker first to support Wayne Greenberg, and then watch Sleepless in Seattle to support Tom Hanks. What do you think? Agree? Okay. Anyway, these friends were still persuaded by Hector Henry. Several people quickly packed up and went out together, rushing to the theater they often go to, but unexpectedly, the movie tickets for Joker were not so easy to buy. In this theater not far from the school, the nearest Joker would not be available 40 minutes later, and the one that was about to start was already full. Several people looked at each other with astonishment on their faces. How about we wait a while? Or watch Tom Hanks's loved movie first? Wait a minute. If it weren't for his friends not coming, Hector Henry would have wanted to watch the movie in advance. We are seniors now, guys. Remember when we first met, we watched Wayne's movies? Shouldn't we watch his movies again before graduation? Okay, I'll listen to you. After getting unanimous agreement, he walked to the ticket window and said to the ticket seller inside, 7 tickets for Joker. Yes, the next one. Well, another 7 tickets for Sleepless in Seattle. At 7 o'clock, holding the movie tickets in their hands, several friends walked to the lounge area together, waiting for the Joker to start in more than half an hour. Until the queue for admission, several people kept chatting with the fans who were queuing together. After entering the theater, Hector Henry soon discovered one thing. The media said that no one would watch Joker due to the shooting. This was absolutely damn malicious hype. At least their show and the previous one were full. According to his observation, 90% of the people who came to watch the movie were young people under the age of 40, and the elderly fans were rare. But a few minutes after the movie started, the atmosphere in the theater fell silent. Everyone slowly immersed themselves in Arthur's life. 10 minutes later, even the sound of chewing popcorn and drinking Coke disappeared. 2 hours later, when the lights in the theater came on again, nearly 150 audience members stood up spontaneously and began silent applause for several minutes. Hector Henry and a few friends were no exception. They applauded the movie silently and thought about their lives that were about to graduate. Fortunately, we didn't miss this movie. If we missed it, we might regret it for the rest of our lives. The sentimental Daisy hugged her boyfriend's arm and said with emotion in the waiting area of the theater, "It's so meaningful to use this movie to commemorate our friendship and end our college life with Arthur." You're right. Although everyone was still immersed in the emotions of the movie, they nodded in unison. Yes, it's so lucky to be able to watch such a meaningful movie before entering society. Daisy, do you still remember the website we found? The fat man suddenly said at this time. It's the website that has a lot of information about movies, actors, and directors, IMDb. Of course, that data center is very convenient. I'm going to give Joker a 10 when I go back tonight. The fat man said confidently, his expression full of seriousness. Joker deserves a 10, and it deserves to be seen by more people. It's just like The Godfather, which is now at the top of the list. They are all great movies that can influence a person's life. Daisy shrugged after hearing this. Okay, I'll also give it a score. Hector, Jess, everyone come together. Joker deserves to be seen by more confused young people. Amid the hustle and bustle of media reports, the 3-day weekend passed in a flash, and the Monday sun shone on the heads of people who got up early, indicating that the busy workday was about to begin. Unlike ordinary white-collar workers, Wayne was busy after returning from Spain. First, he went to Colorado to comfort and appease, and then returned to Los Angeles to participate in various media reports. Wayne finally had some free time today. There was not much he could do. After the last round of bombing last weekend, the film would be screened in more than 1,900 theaters starting from this Monday, which was the normal screening schedule. On a golf course near Santa Monica Valley in the Brentwood district of Los Angeles, Wayne was sitting under a parasol waiting for someone, while Nina was holding a copy of Premiere magazine and a copy of Time magazine with Wayne's photo next to her, and was reading to her boss in a low voice. This weekend, the North American theater market is experiencing a major reshuffle, as Tom Hanks and Sleepless in Seattle ended Joker's three-peat at the box office. With $50.78 million, it won the new week's box office championship. In second place is Joker, which also rebounded strongly. After 3 weeks of screening, the box office of this film continued to decline, but it saw a substantial increase this weekend, taking in a terrifying figure of $45.47 million in 3 days. It is reported that the film's North American box office has successfully exceeded $300 million, reaching a terrifying $304.8 million, while overseas box office is still rising. It has now grossed more than $700 million worldwide. For this phenomenal. Okay, Nina. Wayne waved his hand to interrupt his assistant and stood up to greet his guests. An electric car stopped near the rest area. George Lucas came up and gave him a warm hug. He patted Wayne on the back and said, "Congratulations, kid. You are now the #1 in North American box office history." "Thank you, George." After the hug, the two returned to the rest area. Wayne said casually, "But it's hard to maintain it. Spielberg's Big Dinosaur will be here in a few days. Facing that family-friendly movie." He shook his head at this, knowing that the disadvantage of the audience could not be made up. By then, everyone will see another unreasonable film that does not follow the market rules. The era of the whole family watching dinosaurs is coming. We have to compete to know. When Steven and I talked on the phone yesterday, we didn't dare to say that we could surpass the glory of Joker. And Wayne, your movie is still being shown. The box office of just over $300 million is definitely not its end. The appreciation revealed in George Lucas's eyes was simply not concealed at all. The follow-up will depend on time accumulation. Today, the father of Star Wars was in a good mood, with a smile on his face under his big beard. Wayne pointed to the grass and said, "I'm sorry, George, I'm not very good at this kind of sport. I asked you to come here because I have something to talk about. I know, football? You are the pride of our USC, but it's a pity that you didn't continue to play. What is it? Tell me." Obviously George Lucas had learned about his young schoolmate and knew that he played on the school team. "About my father." Looking at the old man carefully, Wayne organized his words, fearing that the other party would not want to tell him. "Originally, I didn't want to mention the old things in this regard, and my parents didn't want to talk about the past. They are living a very peaceful and happy life now. However, someone investigated me some time ago and also investigated the farm where my parents live. My private detective analyzed that the other party's target is my father." Chapter 164 Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. The sun gradually began to burn. In fact, Wayne didn't think playing golf in Los Angeles was a kind of enjoyment, but most of the elites and upper class people liked it. George Lucas and Wayne were dressed the same, wearing t-shirts, golf shoes, golf caps, and golf gloves. There was no difference, except the color of the t-shirts. He swung the club fiercely. George Lucas looked at it with his hands on the pergola, handed the club in his hand to the caddy beside him, and did not get on the battery car. The two walked forward along the wide grass. Gradually, there were only 2 people left around. Even the caddy and Nina fell more than 20 meters away. The father of Star Wars stepped hard on the grass under his feet. Do you know why everyone likes to come to the golf course to talk about things, Wayne? Because it's big? Ever since he asked about his parents' past, George Lucas got up and took him to play golf. Wayne still had patience for this, so he simply didn't do anything and played golf with the bearded old man. Pointing to the empty field, George Lucas nodded and shook his head. Yes, it's because it's big. More importantly, it's because it's impossible to be overheard in this environment. Everyone's situation is clear at a glance. After saying that, he didn't need Wayne to answer. He continued to walk forward slowly, as if talking to himself. Hey, when he heard this reason, Wayne almost laughed out loud. This is the same as the so-called big brothers in the society in his previous life, who had to go to the bathhouse to discuss things. Everyone is honest with each other, and 2 people sitting in the pool chatting are not afraid of being overheard. So, some truths are inexplicably connected across the huge Pacific Ocean. It was probably in the 1960s. Suddenly, George Lucas' voice slowly sounded, and he seemed to be reminiscing and narrating slowly. Reuben Greenberg and a few friends worked together to set up a small film company with only a few people. I can't even remember the name now, but it doesn't matter. Here it comes. Wayne has been waiting patiently. He knows that this old acquaintance who is called the father of Star Wars must have a general understanding of the past during that period. Walking to a small sand pit, he suddenly squatted down and grabbed a handful of sand, watching the sand flow down in his hands. For about 5 or 6 years, some of the young people quit, while others persisted. They started to make the company better and better by producing, trading, and distributing low-cost campus horror movies. George Lucas opened his hands and let all the sand flow out. He turned to look at Wayne and shook his head. You are very similar to your father when he was young. I mean in your private life, but you don't have such a bad character as him. Wayne shrugged about his private life and didn't interrupt the other party's narration. He knew the point was coming soon. In the end, there were only 2 of those young people left. They were full of energy and reorganized the company and gave it a new name. Reaching out and patting Wayne on the shoulder, George Lucas said a name that surprised him. New Line Cinema. What the F *** K. A curse word instantly flew out of his mouth, but Wayne reacted immediately and said apologetically, sorry, George, please continue. The father of Star Wars was not unhappy. He looked at the young man with a changing expression happily. He knew that the child would be very surprised. It seems that in the early 1970s, Reuben and Shay were not satisfied with distributing North American horror films and began to buy out and distribute European low-cost films, mainly targeting college students. If it was in the early 1970s, it was obvious that this strategy was correct. Even Wayne felt that they were on the right path. Many production companies have proved the correctness of this path by accumulating the first pot of gold in the small company period through low-cost horror films that young people like. In the years when Hollywood was still the Big 8 or the Big 7, the giant squeeze on the market was not as severe as it is now, and some small distribution companies could indeed develop slowly. I forget how many years it was, and the strong personalities of the 2 young people began to collide. George Lucas scratched his hair. The main reason seems to be that Reuben wants to get involved in the film production industry, not the small-scale ones before, but mainstream films facing the theater market. Shay disagreed with his opinion. In the quarrel, Shay slowly gained control of the company and began to squeeze your father's right to speak. When he found that his company had almost no one of his own. This kind of thing is not uncommon in North America. The founders of the company were driven out every day. Even Boss Joe came to Hollywood and started playing Pixar. In the end, the 2 partners had a big quarrel. One sold all his shares in despair. The other began to lead the company to start rapid development. After hearing this, Wayne nodded. It's hard to say who is right or wrong in this matter. It can only be said that Shay had the opportunity to prove his ideas, and Reuben was not as good as him in terms of competitive means. So it should be Shay of New Line who accidentally found out about his former partner's child and sent someone to investigate his information. It seems that this matter is just like what his parents thought, and he thought too much. Thank you, George. Although he didn't figure out the specific reason that made his father frustrated, it was enough to know these. Wayne could analyze the general findings from it. He waved to the caddy and assistant who followed him from a distance, and the two got on the battery car. After accompanying George Lucas to play a hole, they sat back under the parasol in the rest area. Picking up a bottle of water and taking 2 sips, George Lucas asked, "What do you think about Star Wars? Are you interested in directing one?" Wayne has carefully considered this issue during this period, and in his heart he is inclined not to take this risk. "George, I don't think I'm suitable to direct Star Wars. It's George Lucas's Star Wars. If someone else does it, North American audiences may not buy it." Although he was a little embarrassed, he decided to directly refuse politely when talking about business matters. "It doesn't matter. We will have a chance to cooperate in the future." Although it was a bit regrettable, George Lucas didn't force too much on this matter. From the social influence caused by Joker to the box office exceeding $300 million and climbing to the top in North America, it can be said that in Hollywood, no one can force this child to do anything. Wayne was silent on the way back. His decision to reject Star Wars was not a snap decision, but a well thought out decision. Even if he didn't get involved in this series, George Lucas would start The Phantom Menace soon. It is possible that the script has already taken shape. This is a special effects blockbuster, and 2 years of preparation is definitely not too much. Although the story is a bit nonsense, it is destined to disappoint the fanatical Star Wars fans. After watching it, some hardcore fans will feel that George Lucas has personally destroyed this series and the beautiful fantasy in their hearts. But no matter how disappointed the fans are, this is the Star Wars series. This Jewish old man has never been good at telling stories. When it comes to technology, he stands out. The next Phantom Menace is just about the technology and special effects used, which is absolutely better than the entire Hollywood in the 1990s. Although special effects companies have never made money, Industrial Light and Magic has actually promoted the development of the Hollywood film industry. This series can only be shot by George Lucas. Wayne decided to think carefully about the next project. There is also the factor of New Line. If possible, he would even give up his original plan and make a good calculation for New Line Cinema. "Nina, help me make an appointment with Jimmy to come to the manor this afternoon and tell him that there is something for him to do." Thinking of this, he told his assistant and then got out of the car and took the 2 dogs to the garden. He has let go of his father's affairs, and Wayne certainly doesn't need to interfere. But there is one thing Wayne can do casually. Shay's New Line has always been independently operated, and even after more than 10 years, it is still producing box office hits. It will take about 10 years for it to completely merge with Warner Brothers, which will undermine the foundation of New Line's rapid development and the foundation of Shay's inflated value. Wayne is familiar with this thing, because most of the films produced by New Line are obviously cult properties. Jimmy, who hurried over, found Wayne and the 2 dogs under the awning in front of the garden, looking at the customers lying leisurely on the lounge chairs. At this moment he suddenly felt that some people are really born capitalists. What happened? Without Wayne's request, he took a bottle of juice from the ice bucket, put a straw in it and sat aside. His agent's suit made him suffer a lot in the Los Angeles outdoors in this season. Sitting cross-legged, Wayne took off his sunglasses and looked at his dedicated agent. "Help me investigate something. If everything goes well, you will have to fly to the UK. What is it? Go investigate Tolkien's descendants first to see if the copyright of The Lord of the Rings is still in their hands." At this moment, Wayne had an obvious smile on his face, but this smile made Jimmy feel colder and colder. If nothing unexpected happens, it must still be in their hands in the publishing house. "My director's salary in the Greenberg studio account has not been touched. Go and buy the film and television adaptation rights." The film and television adaptation rights of The Lord of the Rings? Hearing this, Jimmy naturally began to persuade him. It is a consensus in Hollywood that this is the most difficult series to adapt into a film. Everyone knows the allure of Middle-earth, but no one has tried to do so. It is too difficult, Wayne. No. The difficulty of shooting this film is of course high, so high that it would be impossible to make the required props and costumes without 2 or 3 years of preparation. Did I say I want to shoot it myself? You have $10 million US. Even if you only get a part of the copyright, you have to buy it for me. Chapter 165. Cut off one of your legs first. Faced with the huge profits that Joker will bring, the advance remuneration that Warner Bros. Paid to Greenberg Studios in 3 installments did not seem to be too important to Wayne. The fat New Zealander had only entered the film industry as a director through Overwatch the year before. New Line probably had not had time to integrate the copyright of The Lord of the Rings. Wayne's idea was very simple: to dig a leg out of you first. Wayne, are you sure you want to do this? There were some things Jimmy didn't understand, but it didn't stop him from doing it. It was just a flight to the UK. Even if it's just part of the copyright, you have to buy it, right? That's right. Wayne grabbed a bottle of beer from the ice bucket. Go ahead, if you can get all the copyrights, of course it's good, but part of it is also fine. Be careful, be quick, you can offer a high price to Tolkien's descendants. The cold beer flowed down his throat, and also ignited Wayne's bad taste and sinister heart. No one knew what impact this epic masterpiece would have on New Line or Hollywood. Since the release of The Lord of the Rings, Hollywood has entered the era of epic blockbusters for several consecutive years, which also made New Line earn a lot of money and let the fat New Zealander win the Oscar for his non-realistic film. It was not until decades later that the Oscars produced 2 non-realistic best directors, one fat New Zealander and the other the king of the world. This epic is certainly not suitable for Wayne to shoot by himself. Whether the genre is suitable or not can be put aside. Just focusing on the various props, costumes and special effects production that have been prepared for more than 2 years can drive him crazy. Please make an appointment with Warner Bros. Before you leave, and tell them that I want to talk to them about the new project. Jimmy nodded. Seeing that he had nothing else to do, he got up and left the manor to start his busy investigation. The refreshing Shire, the majestic Helm's Deep, the magnificent Gondor City, the fairy Rivendell, and even the maze-like Moria Mine, and the mysterious Fangorn Forest. With today's special effects, it would cost an astronomical amount of investment to produce these things, but as long as the copyright can be obtained, there will be plenty of time to consider this film in the future. New Line, why are they in the same company as Warner? Wayne kept repeating this, which was the most troublesome thing for Wayne. All he could do was to cut off the other party's foundation for its rise, but he couldn't target them blatantly. It was just this year that Time Warner acquired this company. Final Destination, Wedding Crashers, Rampage, Lord of the Rings Trilogy, The Hobbit series, Rush Hour series, Texas Thing series, Blade series. As long as these movies flashed through his mind, Wayne could be sure that his father did not lose unfairly. Shay, the president, was definitely an extremely capable filmmaker. The 2 most important legs in the rise of this company were the Lord of the Rings series and the horror film series. Just think about the terrifying return on investment of the Conjuring series. By the way, James Wan, when did you come to Hollywood? Putting aside the Joker, which is still fighting in the cinema market, on this rare Monday afternoon, Wayne took his 2 lazy golden retrievers and lay leisurely under the parasol for half a day. At the same time, the quiet environment also made him start thinking about the next plan in his mind. According to the initial idea, Wayne definitely wanted to cut off the famous work of the pair of directors who were first brothers, then siblings, and finally sisters. In the field of R-rated movies and science fiction films, The Matrix is definitely a monument that cannot be avoided. This is the most suitable choice after Joker. In recent years, without considering the Oscars, what other series can compare with this? However, the accidental knowledge of the New Line incident and the shooting in the cinema gave Wayne more room for consideration. Everything must wait until he talks with Warner Brothers before making a decision. 3 years of continuous work has also delayed his vacation plan again and again. If Spielberg is a quick shooter among directors, Wayne's shooting speed is definitely not slow. The continuous shooting of one movie a year almost exhausted all the energy of this young body. After dealing with the recent problems with Warner Brothers, Wayne was ready to start his long-awaited vacation plan. Hi, Director Greenberg. Before the sun set, Wayne was awakened by a sweet voice in a daze. Hi, Bella. Throwing his sunglasses aside, Wayne rubbed his eyes and sat up. Call me Wayne. Sorry, I fell asleep. You know, I'm really exhausted during this period. The beautiful reporter took off her professional clothes and changed into daily clothes. Denim hot pants and a simple white shirt further highlighted her bomb-like majesty. At this moment, Wayne looked through the dim sunlight as if he had discovered a rare work of art. Even if he was still dazed after waking up, he had to be overwhelmed by the S-shaped curve in front of him. What to drink? Ruthlessly pushing the two dogs down, Wayne greeted the beautiful reporter, oh no, now the beautiful editor-in-chief, to sit down, and pushed the ice bucket beside him over. This little trick he learned from the internet in his previous life played an important role. Seeing Bella Grant pick up a bottle of beer without any hesitation, he knew that he was very close to this ripe peach. I wanted to pick you up after you get off work, but I didn't expect you to drive here by yourself, Wayne said, picking up a bottle of beer and clinking it with the other party. While drinking beer, Bella Grant turned her head and observed the surroundings with curiosity. She said casually, I finished work early today, so I drove here by myself. Your place is not difficult to find. It's so big. Can I use the swimming pool over there? It's a pity that I didn't bring a swimsuit, otherwise I could swim and sunbathe for a while. After the girl sat down, she looked around like a curious baby, not hiding her curiosity about the manor at all. There was no pretentious behavior, which greatly increased Wayne's favorability towards her. The last woman like this was Cameron Diaz. It's probably too late today. The sun will set soon. Maybe you can sunbathe by the pool tomorrow. Hey, Wayne. Bella Grant, who was observing everywhere, suddenly turned around and raised her eyebrows at him. It's not a gentleman's thing to stare at a woman's chest like this. Facing the girl's accusation, he didn't feel embarrassed at all. I'm a man, Bella, and you are absolutely beautiful today, and your figure is also very hot. Thank you. Just like Wayne himself said, he is a normal man. It's normal to be obsessed with women's breasts. This is a kind of instinct that men have since childhood, and it is also the most primitive desire of men of any age. And this woman is so thin, but she has a majesty that doesn't match her figure. This has always made Wayne very curious. As soon as her figure appeared in front of him, a woman suddenly flashed in his mind. Jordan Carver. The two have exactly the same figure. This woman shouldn't choose the media industry. She will definitely have no shortage of roles to play if she comes to Hollywood to be of ours. The two left the awning, and Wayne took her to the main building. The beauty looked at the environment curiously along the way and kept talking about dinner. The Chinese food you mentioned, is it the kind of fortune cookies or something like that? Or General Tso's chicken? I've eaten all of these, yes, more than once. You'll know in a while. There is no Chinese food. This is just an excuse for Wayne to ask her out. Unexpectedly, the girl really thought he had prepared food. He didn't even take her into the restaurant. Before sunset, the two went directly to the bedroom on the third floor. For such a girl who can bring him freshness, Wayne will never be stingy with his passion. There is a theory that is accepted all over the world that men conquer women by conquering the world, and women conquer the world by conquering men. With Wayne's current power and wealth in Hollywood, coupled with his young and handsome body, he is also very attractive to Bella Grant, otherwise she would not drive here to the appointment. At least in Bella Grant's eyes, this is a very good date. The feeling this woman brought to Wayne was completely different from the previous women. She was a typical Los Angeles local American girl, straightforward and happy. If the majestic breasts were her external essence, then the buttocks hidden under the tough and thick denim shorts were her inner sexiness, which naturally shifted Wayne's gaze from the high mountain peaks to the lower latitudes. When the night fell completely, the two of them walked out of the bedroom and came to the restaurant to prepare for this late Chinese meal. Wayne, is this a dumpling? The girl's first choice was to pick up this strange food with a fork and put it in her mouth to taste the taste. She had just consumed a lot of physical strength. Looking at the girl who was just passionate, she instantly returned to the curious baby look, and he pointed at the food in the bowl. No, wonton, a kind of seafood and pork mixed together, made into a stuffing. How does it taste? The taste is a bit strong, weird, but not bad. Regarding Chinese food, Hella's husband really learned the wrong way. Because Wayne likes to eat noodles occasionally, he thought that this was all Chinese food, and he studied a lot of noodles like crazy, but he knew nothing about cooking. But for a foreign chef, to be able to do an interview like this, he was already very satisfied, especially the noodles he often ate in the morning, and various kinds of buns. After eating the late Chinese meal, the beautiful reporter wanted to visit the mansion, but Wayne didn't give her the opportunity at all, and took her back to the third floor. During the 2 rare days of rest, Bella Grant provided him with countless inspirations, and the family camera shot a lot of material. At this time, Wayne would wonder if he really had the talent to go to the San Fernando Valley. Chapter 166. Do you want to become a Warner shareholder? After 2 days of revelry, the beautiful reporter finally sunbathed by the pool. This woman was different from the ones Wayne had met before. She liked movies and loved her job, and she didn't refuse to stay overnight at the manor. After get off work, when she drove to the manor again, Nina, at the boss's suggestion, suggested going shopping for swimsuits together, but the assistant's report after she came back made Wayne more interested in her. It turned out that when Nina took out the black Wells Fargo card, Bella Grant didn't show any color, but paid for a bikini herself, and didn't even look at other luxury bags and other new models of the season. It can be seen that this girl should not be short of money to spend, but she spent all the money she earned from her work. Although Joker dropped to the 2nd place in the box office this week, it has won the 1st place in the North American box office for Wayne Greenberg. The film is still struggling to move forward, and the total box office has now exceeded $310 million. In Hollywood, where assembly lines are serious, Wayne Greenberg is like a dark hurricane that easily breaks all the rules of the summer market. In the bright afternoon sun, Wayne was wearing beach pants and lying by the swimming pool with a magazine on his head. His 2 golden hairs stuck out their tongues and put their heads on his lounge chair. Bella Grant, who was covered with sunscreen all over her body, was wearing a black bikini and holding a copy of their own newspaper, the Los Angeles Times, and reading the entertainment section in a low voice. Do you want to take a look for yourself? She suddenly turned her head and looked at Wayne, who was motionless. It's full of praises for you in various ways. The Los Angeles Times is definitely your friend, Bella. The man's lazy voice sounded as he took off the magazine covering his face. You didn't write this, did you? There are a lot of compliments. Are there any other voices? Wayne basically didn't read the media news these days, and he didn't even open the Time magazine that he was on the cover. However, some controversies have always existed. Although not many, there have indeed been criticisms such as a madman who plays with human nature and a pervert among directors. Of course. Bella Grant laughed as she changed a newspaper. There is gossip about you and me on it. The title is Hollywood Film Reporters Take Off Their Clothes in Front of Money. Oh my god. They even wrote about our XX process. Hey, you can tell the paparazzi at the door of the manor that you didn't take $1 from me. Putting the magazine on his face again, Wayne continued in a muffled voice through the magazine. Do you want to go to the party? Warner Brothers has booked the banquet hall of the Four Seasons Hotel. A celebration party for Joker? Bella Grant's mouth twitched, and she threw the gossip tabloid in her hand aside and lay down. I heard that Warner Brothers made a big cake for you. But are you sure you want to bring a reporter to the internal party? As long as you don't report what's inside. Wayne said. Forget it. I'm afraid I can't help but write it when I go back, so it's better not to know. This woman treated herself as a pickup friend. Wayne was very sure of this. She never asked about things she shouldn't ask these days, and she almost never took advantage of him. There is only one possibility. She treated herself as a pure pickup friend. But this relationship is very comfortable. It feels like a playhouse relationship. Both parties are communicating on an equal footing. Wayne hasn't experienced it for a long time. Joker has been released for 4 weeks, and finally, after 4 working days of accumulation, the box office has exceeded $310 million. the scale of overseas screenings is still expanding, and more remote areas have begun to screen. To date, the film has earned more than $450 million in more than 60 countries and regions. But Wayne knows very well that this is the last single week high box office of the film in North America, and the rest can only be slowly polished by the screening time. Sleepless in Seattle, which has been released for more than a week, has also earned about $70 million. However, like Joker, the journey of this film will also end here. This week, Steven Spielberg will bring Jurassic Park to the theater. This horror family-friendly blockbuster will once again break everyone's eyes and muddy the waters of the North American and even global theater market. The normal rules do not apply to this big dinosaur. Almost all big-budget productions have avoided the 3 weeks after this film. No one is willing to try to top Spielberg. Yes, Hollywood movies are never afraid of competition, but it does not mean that production companies are willing to take money and throw it into the sea. A day later, Wayne joined the crew members who returned from overseas promotions and walked into the Four Seasons Hotel together to attend the celebration party held by Warner Brothers. If it were not for this party and the things to talk about, he might have gone on vacation. When everyone raised their glasses for the first time, Jeff and Kevin pushed up a big cake with the number 314 million written on it. This is the North American box office number achieved by Joker to date. Jeff, Kevin. After cutting the cake, Wayne rejected the invitation of Nicolas Cage and others, and found two Warner executives. Let's find a place to talk. I'll tell you some plans in advance. I hope Warner can be prepared. CEO Kevin Suhara was in high spirits. Of course, I also have good news to tell you today. Under the leadership of John, several people walked into a lounge of the hotel together. After everyone sat down, Kevin Suhara glanced at Nina behind Wayne and said, "Wayne, what do you think about the cooperation with Warner Brothers?" "Kevin, we are one." Wayne shrugged his shoulders and opened his hands to show his sincerity. "I have been very happy to cooperate with Warner Brothers since the beginning, and I have never thought about changing the producer." Hearing this, Kevin Suhara's smile on his face became even stronger, and he gently tapped the table. "Remember what I told you a year ago? Warner Brothers will expand its equity financing in the near future. Wayne, I hope you can seriously consider it, so that we can become real friends." Suddenly Wayne remembered that the other party seemed to have mentioned it to him once, when the Joker project was just approved, but he didn't take it seriously at the time. This is indeed an opportunity. Since the golden age of Hollywood from 1930 to 1948, there were 5 major plus 3 small, a total of 8 film companies. The difference between the 5 major and the 3 smallies, that the 5 major have their own cinema chains. After the Paramount Act in 1948, due to factors such as market monopoly, the 5 major film companies were forced to split up the cinema chains and sell them to third parties for operation. In addition, the rapid popularization of televisions later led to the merger of MGM and United Artists, and the withdrawal of Thunderbolt from the market. Hollywood has since ushered in an era of 6 major divisions in competition. The shares of the 6 major Hollywood companies have always been priced but not marketable, and the relationship between each company and its parent company is also different. To this day, the only single company that has never been acquired and has no parent company is Walt Disney. But Disney's situation is rather special. It was forced to become an entertainment media group by the legendary manager Michael Eisner. When Robert Iger, the smiling Mickey Mouse, takes office, it will gradually evolve into the world's #1 media group. From the perspective of investment, Warner Brothers is undoubtedly ranked first among the remaining 5 major companies. Unlike the other companies, Warner Brothers is the most important asset that makes up the Time Warner Media Group. If you have enough shares in Warner Brothers, you can completely influence various policies of Time Warner. In addition to Warner Brothers, 20th Century Fox was acquired by Murdoch's News Corporation. Columbia Pictures was acquired by Sony, but it has been in a state of pain relief. It is still in pain, after being fleeced for more than 10 years. Paramount was just knocked unconscious by Viacom this year with a money offensive. The legendary woman Shirley Lansing succeeded Barry Diller as president, and is slowly recovering. Universal Pictures has returned to the ranks of top Hollywood companies since the 1970s, but it was also acquired by Cascade and became part of the media group. From this point of view, apart from Walt Disney, which is in the early stage of chaos, Warner Brothers is the most worthy film company to invest in, whether in terms of the prospects in the next 20 years or the current development momentum. After thinking it through, Wayne showed a serious face and looked at the head of Warner Brothers and said, "Of course I hope to invest in Warner Brothers, which will make our relationship more unbreakable. But I don't have much cash on hand, and I need time to raise funds." Also, about the box office share of Joker. This is the purpose of Kevin Tsujihara and Jeff Robinoff. As long as the other party is willing to invest in Warner Brothers, it means that they will be completely tied to Warner. And Kevin Tsujihara has his own purpose. In a year at most, he will step down as CEO of Warner Brothers and go to the parent company Time Warner to take the position of president. By then, if there is a major shareholder who is a natural person and has a good relationship with the new president, his work will be much easier to carry out. No problem. Kevin Tsujihara and Jeff looked at each other and then said, "This is not a trivial matter. You can let the lawyer talk to the board of directors first. When the funds are almost raised, the specific share ratio can be determined. This is also the intention of the board of directors." He thought about it and said, "As for the box office share of Joker, the theater company has just paid the first share to Warner Brothers. You can ask your accountant to come to the company's financial department to do preliminary accounting at any time." Wayne understood that this was already very good. Normally, it would be a very good reputation for a film company to pay the director and actors a box office share in the second half of the year after the film was released. Chapter 167. What if we prepare two parts at the same time? The cinema company will generally pay the first box office share to the distribution company 28 days after the film is screened. After deducting the messy publicity and distribution costs, the distribution company will pay the remaining box office share to the production company. The complexity of this is such that, if you are an outsider, even if you hire a super accountant from PricewaterhouseCoopers, you will still be cheated. The Delaware Court of Equalization can't find any fault with the production company and the distribution company just by transferring the money from one hand to the other. In particular, the distribution cost accounting of the distribution company is impossible to calculate. All channels are owned by the company, and the specific cost is a mystery. Therefore, Hollywood generally likes investment from outsiders, knowing that investing in movies can make money, and there are almost no outsiders who can make money. These production companies have been cheated by the vampires on Wall Street and have been suing. This is why Wayne never wants a share of the profits, but only a share of the box office figures. In his opinion, those who dare to ask for profit sharing are all warriors. Even if there are accountants tracking and calculating the whole process, a hit movie will often lose money in the end. There are too many examples in this regard. Now Warner Brothers is willing to let his accountant go to the finance department to do preliminary accounting work, indicating that the money will be paid within half a year after Joker is off the shelves in North America. This is already very efficient. Therefore, the film industry has always been an industry with a particularly slow return on investment. The investment time is often 1 or several years, which is also the reason why Wayne chooses not to invest money in making movies. About my new project. Speaking of this, Wayne deliberately hesitated for a while and observed the faces of the two executives. You should all know how much of a stir this shooting incident has caused. The two executives looked at each other, and Jeff Robinoff couldn't help but say, "If you have any ideas, you can just say it directly." Not only the two of them were curious about Wayne's ideas, but even John, who was not involved in the frontline work, and Nina, the little assistant behind him, were also curious about what kind of movie he would make next. The glory of Joker is still continuing. Even a fool knows that, if Wayne wants to surpass this masterpiece, the chance of doing so is not high. So what exactly is he thinking? This matter has become confusing. After whetting everyone's appetite, Wayne said, "Jeff, if I prepare two films at the same time, can Warner Brothers hold on with its current financial situation? This is the most important problem. Film companies look very high-end, but in fact, their cash flow is frighteningly tight. Most non-sequel films with large investments and large productions rely on financing to solve the problem. Some medium-sized film companies may even face the risk of bankruptcy and acquisition at any time if a large investment is messed up. Warner Brothers has developed very well in the past 2 years, but it cannot escape this rule. This year, Wayne knows of 3 big productions. The investment of Joker is still the lowest, and the investment of Goose Pond Assassination Order is the highest. With Julia Roberts who got 20 plus 20, the initial investment is not small. Tell me about it, Wayne. Kevin Tsujihara finally took over the conversation. Jeff couldn't make the decision on this matter. It was still possible for the CEO to push for the review. I'm just telling you first that the specific project plan will be handed over to Warner Brothers when I return from vacation, probably before October. Lighting a cigarette, Wayne took a deep breath and prepared to tell his crazy plan. Mr. Keller from DC called me and we had a brief conversation. One of the projects is DC's superheroes. The estimated preparation time for this project may exceed 10 months. I need to make props and special effects in advance, and the actors need to train in advance. Sure enough, hearing him mention DC Comics first, Jeff Robinov remembered Jonathan's confident face at the meeting. It seems that the person who knows this director best is the manager of the subordinate DC Comics company. Wayne was also thinking, while continuing to say, this project can use the shooting incident to maintain its popularity, but the preparation time is too long, and it needs to be maintained during this period. Moreover, I'm not sure about the specific production cost. This is what I just decided in the past few days. It takes time for preliminary investigation. A project that has nothing confirmed, let alone a plan, has not even seen a script. This does not conform to Hollywood's investment rules at all, but it was Wayne Greenberg who proposed this idea. Now the record holder of the highest box office in North America, it is also a synonym for success that has never failed. Everyone in the room knows that he is now qualified to play like this in the early stage. Warner Brothers is unwilling, but there are production companies willing to play with him. Okay, Wayne. Jeff Robinov frowned and nodded. This matter can wait until your plan is made. It's better to call Jonathan together. We can still have time to talk about your plan for another film. Wayne did not expect them to take over everything at a snap of their fingers. He has never been mentally retarded since he was a child. It's just a notice in advance to give them a psychological preparation. Kevin, turning to look at the head of Warner Brothers, he asked with some doubt, I remember that horror novel by Stephen King. The film and television adaptation rights are in the hands of Warner Brothers, right? It was the one that was filmed once in 1990. This span is obviously a bit large. Kevin Tsujihara thought about it for a while and asked uncertainly, Yes. Frowning, he carefully confirmed it in his mind for a while. I have to go back and check it out. I remember that after the 2 episodes of that movie were released, the market performance was very average, and Warner Brothers shelved the production of the sequel. That's right, it was this horror movie. Wayne planned to quickly produce this remake during the preparation period of another DC blockbuster, not for anything else, but for the low production cost and high return on investment. Compared with the difficulty and speed of shooting, this movie was the most suitable choice for him. After thinking about it, this was just a transitional work that he made to consolidate his position in the circle, completely aiming at the box office, without considering other factors at all. Compared to Wayne's other options, this one was too easy for him. Anyway, he had no intention of getting involved in the golden statue in the next few years. It would be better to consolidate his position in the circle while he was young. Well, that's it for today. I will notify my agent to communicate with you about the details. Wayne stood up and shook hands with the 2 executives, ready to end the conversation. By the way, I will go out for a vacation during this period. You know, I have been working under great pressure for the past 3 years. If I don't relax, I think I will need a psychologist soon. When he said this, everyone laughed. Everyone knew that he was a workaholic. As long as he entered the working state, even his daily life would need the help of an assistant. After leaving the lounge and returning to the lobby, it was just as Wayne thought. These people in the circle gathered together for nothing more than women, strong liquor and a few sips. He stretched out his hand and rubbed his temple, ready to leave here. Another point is that, if he wanted to join in, those people would not have a good time. Even John silently followed the 2 executives out of the hotel. Harry, he called Black Pearl, who was not far from him, and saw her turn around and waved to her. "I'm going to go back first. Do you want to come with me?" The Black Pearl was dressed sexy and charming tonight, which made Wayne admire her in his heart. He also comforted himself frantically in his heart, saying that he had drunk too much white milk recently and wanted to taste the taste of chocolate. However, the assistant behind him obviously didn't think so. When his boss was talking to the Black Beauty, he silently spit on his back. "Spit, scumbag. Okay, it's boring here anyway." Holberry agreed very happily and naturally took his arm. "I just want to talk to you about something when I go back. Let's go." "Baby, you are so hot tonight." Feeling the hand wandering behind her, Holberry resisted the urge to roll her eyes and got in the car with him and rushed back to the manor. The more sweet the man was, the more she suffered. This was the rule she summed up herself. But after getting in the car, Wayne did not continue to act excessively. Instead, he looked at the assistant with clear eyes. "Contact Howard tomorrow and ask him to bring a team of accountants from PricewaterhouseCoopers to calculate my share of the box office. You should pay more attention to this matter." "No problem, boss." Nina knew her boss too well. Women are definitely not as tempted as tens of millions of dollars, and he likes to be a hands-off boss. After thinking about it, she reminded him helplessly. "Use me to contact Ryan and ask him to come from New York. He can't handle such a big thing as buying shares alone. Talk to him and form a team of lawyers. Don't be afraid of spending money. This matter is much more important than you think. Talk slowly first. Don't rush. We have plenty of time. Now Warner Brothers will slowly give more benefits to shareholders in order to tie me down." If Nina was not his assistant, Wayne would definitely tell everyone not to be fooled by this woman's ordinary figure and appearance. This is a woman who has grown all the gifts from God into her mind. She is the typical woman with ordinary appearance but capable. This is Wayne's evaluation of her in his heart. This woman, who is smart inside but ordinary outside, can take care of everything around Wayne without making any noise, whether it is regularly communicating with the accountant about investment plans, or regularly consulting Ryan on legal issues. She can even get along very well with the employees in the manor. Every employee, including the gardener who mows the lawn. Even the women who come and go around Wayne are full of good feelings for her. Make arrangements as soon as possible. You and Sergey will go on vacation with me in 2 days. No problem. Chapter 168 Brother is here. In fact, what Wayne cares most about is still the investment in Warner Brothers. If anyone in Hollywood has the hope of competing with Disney in the future, Warner Brothers will undoubtedly have the greatest hope. From the 1990s to the first 2 decades of the 20th century, all 5 Hollywood companies had their own glorious periods. Sony Columbia from 2002 to 2005. They took Spider-Man to the extreme in the past few years, when their performance declined. Coupled with the enduring 007 series and Men in Black, they briefly flourished in these 2 years. Paramount from 2007 to 2011, the foundation laid by the legendary female president Shirley Lansing, has also produced global hits such as Mission Impossible, Transformers, Star Trek, and Terminator, and they are all films that can be serialized. And 15 years later, the industry cancer, the world's first media group Walt Disney, in line with the policy of buying, acquired Marvel and ushered in the era of Disney superheroes. Pixar Studios, led by Steve Jobs, is like a cheat, crushing all the animated films in Hollywood. With Disney's mature animation operation channels, it is like a strong wind blowing money into your pocket. As we all know, the profitability of animated feature films is much higher than that of live-action films. With the retirement of George Lucas, Disney acquired Lucasfilm, which was like a big treasure chest falling into Disney's arms. They began to take out the hit series non-stop. The reboot of Star Wars alone made them earn more than the acquisition of Lucasfilm. The most exciting operation is the acquisition of Fox, which directly turned the 6 majors into 5 majors, and also allowed Disney to make up for the last shortcoming. It has the production, distribution, and copyright of all types of movies, making this behemoth more unstoppable. Unlike those giants, who have their own short-lived glory and rapid fluctuations in performance, Warner Brothers gives people a sense of stability. No matter when, its performance has never fallen out of the top 3. This is the result after many mysterious operations of Warner Brothers. The DC comics owned by this company have much more famous superheroes than Marvel, and the copyright has never been leaked. However, due to the mysterious operation of its own executives, it was suppressed by Disney. In Wayne's view, DC is a super treasure. Even with such a card in hand, it can still be suppressed by other people's superheroes. Warner Brothers' decision making is definitely an unshirkable responsibility. Now that he is almost tied to the ship of Warner Brothers, he must find a way to gain the right to speak. Time is still on Wayne's side, and everything is still in time. Master Bruce Wayne has not been completely ruined. The three Justice Giants are still the most famous heroes in the world, and DC Comics have not been stimulated by the Marvel Universe to make random moves. To reverse all this, becoming a natural person major shareholder of Warner Brothers or Time Warner is undoubtedly the most important prerequisite, otherwise all his plans are at risk of being interrupted by mysterious operations. Being a referee and taking sides while playing the game yourself and knowing the result of the game, you can intervene in the process at any time, is the way to maximize your interests. The Young Wizard is an important card of Warner Brothers. This series alone can create tens of billions of sales. In addition, Wayne has secretly begun to intercept the Middle-earth world of New Line. As long as he can get a stake in this giant, with his influence, it will not be worse than the original development trajectory. Early on Saturday morning, Assistant Nina began to wait by the phone, and began to be busy. She had a lot of things to do, which had long exceeded the scope of an assistant's work, but her salary had also long exceeded the scope of an assistant. The two people around Wayne who needed to sign a confidentiality agreement, the Russian bear Sergei and Assistant Nina, both of them had salaries that exceeded ordinary executives of small companies. These were all obtained through trust in a subtle way. The little assistant downstairs had already started to get up early and start working, and the morning exercise activity on the third floor had just ended. Last night, Wayne's mind was always thinking about the recent things, and he didn't care about what Black Pearl wanted to tell him. Torn clothes were thrown randomly on the balcony, and a cat's tail was particularly conspicuous under the sunlight. Black Pearl was wearing a white shirt of Wayne and limped to pick up the things on the ground. "Harry, put it there." Wayne stretched his strong upper body in the morning light. "Only Hella can enter this room. She will come in and clean it up during the day." The chocolate-colored woman did not stop her quick movements until she put away all the things that were really excessive and put some toys back in the cloakroom. Then she returned to the balcony and sat next to Wayne. "I don't want your housekeeper to look at me with a weird look every time, you pervert." Pouring a cup of cold coffee, Hallberry looked at the gardener who had started to work downstairs, the security guard who was changing shifts, Sergei who was personally cleaning the baby car, and Hella's figure that appeared from time to time, and said, "All this is brought by power and money. I really hope that one day I can have a big house like this." As he said that, he turned his head and looked at the man smoking in the sun. "My agent has arranged a few auditions for me. Can you give me some advice? I try my best every time." This is the main reason why she is willing to come back with Wayne. Only those who have been with this man will understand how sharp his vision is in the film market. Hallberry believes that, as long as the other party is willing to give her some simple advice, she will definitely be very close to success. There are few roles suitable for African Americans in this circle. A lot of black actors are watching. The competition is more intense than that of white actors. If you choose the wrong direction, you will waste your limited youth. It will happen, Harry. Although Wayne has the worst attitude towards the woman next to him, and every time he acts a little abusively, he does not feel the slightest bit of guilt, but she is right about one thing. Considering Black Pearl's dedication, appropriate advice will not embarrass herself. "Tell me what kind of movie it is. The more information the better." "Well, I can only help you analyze it. In the end, you'd better listen to your agent's arrangement. She is the one who is tied to you." "Wait a minute." Seeing that he agreed, Hallberry didn't care that she was only wearing a white shirt. She ran to take out a notebook from her handbag. After returning, she opened the notebook and handed it to Wayne. "Robert Young's The New King Solomon?" He frowned when he saw this movie. Turning back, there was another The Flintstones, directed by Brian Levant, and it mentioned that the starring actor was John Goodman. Yes, these two movies. The epic movie is the heroine. The latter one is a supporting role. This is what made her entangled. The comedy The Flintstones is obviously much more reliable than the epic movie in terms of investment and fame, but it's a pity that she is only a supporting role. I suggest you choose this comedy, Harry. There is too little information on it. Only from the limited number of participants, at least this movie looks much more reliable. You have already gained some fame, which is the main reason why they are looking for you. Of course, it depends on what you think. This is a very difficult decision to make. Wayne knows that Hallberry is not at the stage where she has many choices. Someone invited her to shoot a movie, which is already a big progress. If you want to be the main vase or heroine of the movie in one step, few production companies are willing to take the risk of using an African American. This situation may continue for a few years until the social environment affects Hollywood. Be patient, Harry. Gently touching Black Pearl's hair, he continued, what you need now is to take every step steadily. Your skin color means that there are few opportunities for trial and error. I understand, thank you. No one knows what she will choose, or whether she will continue to wait for opportunities, while the popularity of Joker is high. At breakfast, Wayne invited Black Pearl, before she was about to leave. I'm going to Australia for vacation. Do you want to go with me? Hallberry refused without even thinking about it. No, now while the influence of Joker is still there, I want to see if there are any better opportunities. Vacations and trips are too luxurious for me. After saying that, he raised his hand, made a phone call gesture to his head, and left the manor in a hurry. Black Pearl had just been sent away by surgery, but an old friend who had not seen him for a long time came to the manor. Hella came to the restaurant and told Wayne, who was having breakfast, that the person had already arrived in the living room, which surprised him. Why is he here? This question was obviously not something the butler could answer. Wayne ate up the sandwich in a few bites and prepared to meet his old friend. As Luke Simmons' new agent, Glenn Robertson had persuaded his client more than once to return to Wayne Greenberg's team. His decision to leave the team easily was too hasty. It was obviously very difficult for Luke Simmons to copy the success of his junior in a low-cost horror film. The film had been in trouble since the formal preparation. The small film company called TG did not give him much money, and he would fight with the producer every time he needed to spend money. It was not until the end of the preparation period, when he thought he could shoot the film well, that he found that he had no control over the crew. Luke Simmons' abilities in organization, scheduling, personnel relationship management and financial control were completely useless. The crew even had to get the producer's approval before they could start, including what time to start work, how to shoot, what to shoot, and the order of shooting. This was completely different from what he had imagined. Chapter 169. Go to hell with the dream of being a director. In fact, the situation that Luke Simmons encountered was the most normal crew structure in Hollywood. He knew it in his heart, and he persisted until the end of filming for his dream of being a director. What happened next was even simpler. Although he participated in the editing of the film, the producer was still the one who made the decision, and his right to make suggestions was not much different from farting. When the film was finally completed, no matter how different it was from what he had imagined, at least Luke Simmons' name appeared in the director column, and the production company obviously only needed this name. All the things like entering the theater market were skipped. As soon as Joker was released and caused a sensation in North America, this horror film called Blood Night Return under the name of Wayne Greenberg's deputy director was directly released on videotape. Luke Simmons didn't know whether the producer made money in the end, but it was likely that he made a lot of money. For the position of director of this shitty horror film, he lost the opportunity to participate in the great movie Joker. Look at Zack Snyder now. As one of the important members of the director team, he has basically let the whole Hollywood know his abilities. These should have been Luke Simmons's, but he gave up. From the beginning of Joker crushing the global film market to the ongoing social discussion in North America, the media has been singing praises for the film and the director all the time. This also made the agent Glenn Robertson persuade his clients more and more frequently. In fact, Luke Simmons felt that the more brilliant the achievements of the film, the less face he had to meet the junior who was abandoned by him. After all, he couldn't resist the words of the agent. If you want face, don't want a career in Hollywood. He drove to the manor early in the morning. The security here is very familiar with him and smoothly let him enter the manor and also helped to notify the housekeeper Hella. This is your last chance, Luke. After sitting in the living room, he began to mutter in a low voice, reminding himself of the situation he was facing at all times, and he must put down the most useless face in Hollywood. After doing this director job, he understood a lot. With his weak personality and the memory of being almost crushed by the pressure of $1 million, it turned out that the position of assistant director was the most suitable for him. With Wayne withstanding all the damn pressure from all sides and arranging all the work plans, what he had to do was very simple, just specific work. Luke. As soon as he came out of the restaurant and entered the living room, Wayne saw the senior sitting nervously on the sofa and walked over to give him a hug. Judging from the appearance, the senior at this time was almost the same as when they first met. Although the suit was neat, it was full of wrinkles. Obviously, it had not been changed for a long time. The hair should not have been taken care of properly, and there were 2 dark circles on his face. Wayne, After the two sat down, Luke Simmons' words became heavy. He gritted his teeth and said directly, "Damn, I screwed up. I came here just to ask if you still need an assistant director and want to come back to work. Is this someone sending a pillow when you are sleepy?" Wayne really thought so in his heart at this time. If nothing unexpected happens, he will be very busy after the new project starts. He has to keep an eye on the preparations and prepare to shoot the horror film quickly. With Luke Simmons, the assistant director who works well with him, he can free up most of the preparations for the new film. With Zack Snyder, who has similar ideas to him, watching over the filming, he will definitely have time to perfect more plans. Hey, Luke. From the moment the other party said these words, Wayne found that his senior brother's face had flushed, which obviously made him feel very embarrassed. "Listen, we have the same teacher, we work very well together, and I know your abilities very well. I'm very happy that you can come back." Patting his senior brother's arm, Wayne continued, "Go back and wait for news. I will contact you to start work in a while. By the way, you can go back and rent the videotape of it in 1990 and the whole set of DC Comics." Why? Things went much smoother than Luke had imagined, but what the hell are the videotapes of it in DC Comics? Is there a connection between the two? Okay, I'll buy it when I get back, that's it. Wayne, who had been staring at his senior brother's back as he left, waved to his assistant and said, "You go ask someone this afternoon what's going on. If he's short of money these past few months, help him in your name." After that, he went back upstairs, preparing to slowly build the framework of the new project in the next 2 days. The assistant's mouth curled up. This was the best side of Wayne, nostalgic. As long as he was someone he considered his own, even if he had left, he was willing to lend a hand. With his boss's current status in the industry, it would definitely not be that easy to join his creative team. Being able to enter this creative team is now definitely a shortcut recognized by all the behind the scenes staff. But these things that seem very difficult to outsiders, Luke Simmons only needs one sentence to come back. There are not many such people, and there are only a few people who worked with Wayne when he was down and out. Naomi Watts may be the most special one. As Wayne's closest assistant, Nina knew that it was very difficult to easily get into the heart of her boss and be treated as one of his own people, and there would be fewer and fewer such people in the future. But as long as they were his own people, he would be very nostalgic. 2 days later, Wayne brought his security and assistant lady, took the pre-booked tickets, and arrived at Los Angeles International Airport, ready to start his Australian road trip. The Australian trip, which had been suppressed for more than 3 years, was finally on track. He rejected Naomi Watts' farm plan and went to Australia, and then had a farm vacation and hunting. If this was the arrangement, wouldn't it be better to go back to his home to accompany old Greenberg? What did Wayne want to experience most in Australia this season? Of course, it was a self-driving tour on the Great Ocean Road. He was not interested in those kangaroos, hunting, and farm life. He just wanted to relax and run on the road. Naomi Watts had already booked a hotel in Sydney and prepared a car. But as soon as he arrived at the airport, he encountered a big trouble. The family of 7 were all Chinese. The old man should be a first-generation immigrant. The whole family went to Australia for a self-guided tour. I didn't think anything of it, just seeing the skin color was particularly friendly, but Wayne knew that there would be problems after taking a glance at their entry form. Under the puzzled eyes of his assistant and security guard, he did not go around to enter the VIP channel, but followed the family. At present, only 2 girls in the 7 people have good English. In addition to the 2 girls, the remaining 5 people filled in no on the entry form, a row of no. Only 2 girls declared 8,000 Australian dollars. These first-generation immigrants should not go out in the Chinese gathering area. They usually communicate in Cantonese. California is a state with a large number of immigrants, and there are many such cases. As Wayne expected, they were stopped by customs officers before entering the country and asked them in English with an Australian accent. Why did only 2 girls carry money among the 7 of them? The remaining 5 adults did not carry money? This is illogical. The American English of the 2 girls was like a chicken talking to a duck with the Australian accent of the customs officer. The more this happened, the more panicked the girls became, and they couldn't explain why the whole family's money was on them. Nina, go and help. Wayne had already thought of this situation, and he was sure that this family would not be able to enter the customs today, and there might be other troubles, some of which were very unfamiliar to this first-generation immigrant. Although the assistant didn't understand why he had to help, he shrugged and walked over to help translate until the family was willing to accept the customs inspection. Just as Wayne imagined, several elderly people who didn't speak English well took out varying amounts of Australian dollars and US dollars from their bodies, and the places where they hid them were simply incredible. This behavior was incomprehensible to the customs officers, and they immediately became nervous and waved to call 3 staff members to take the people away for inspection. At this time, Wayne shook his head helplessly, walked over and began to help explain. The 2 underage girls were about to cry anxiously, and several elderly people didn't know what happened. This kind of thing is very normal for Chinese people. Because of different living habits, many elderly people have the habit of hiding money when they go out, although most foreigners can't understand it. After they immigrate here, they may never leave the Chinese area in their lives. Most of these families who have struggled for decades are not short of money. Hiding money is just their habit, which makes people feel more secure. Wayne didn't have much contact with the elderly. He helped explain everything and then walked into the passage, preparing to board the plane for Kiev. They may face some penalties later, but at most it would be a small fine. It can be seen that this family is not short of money. Sydney should be the largest city and port in Australia. Wayne's biggest impression of this place may be the White Opera House. The hotel Naomi Watts booked has a good location, but it is called a resort. When Wayne stood on the balcony and looked at the seaside, he couldn't help but sigh. This is really a man's paradise. What? Do you want to try it? Helping Wayne put away the suitcase, Naomi Watts pointed to the beach 200 meters in front of the hotel. There is a nude beach there. Although it is not very clear, you can still distinguish those who are sunbathing. All of them are clean and naked. Forget it. Going out with you should attract onlookers, right? With Naomi Watts' current fame in Australia, it will definitely attract onlookers. Wayne doesn't want to be disturbed when he goes out to play. Besides, why don't we do something more interesting? Nami. Curtains. She suddenly exclaimed. Wayne. You animal. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 170. Not only are you lustful, you're also afraid of death. Just as Wayne and his party got off the plane, checked into the hotel, and prepared to start their vacation life, the North American cinema market began to be dominated by a film again in the same year. The national viewing trend of Joker had just passed, and immediately this summer season ushered in a new blockbuster. Jurassic Park landed on the weekend box office champion with a crushing momentum. The unlucky Sony Columbia was simply in a difficult situation. When Clerks of the Valley was released, it encountered The Joker, that crushed the same period, with a box office of nearly $80 million US. Although it could generate some profits, it was always suppressed by Joker. Finally, when Tom Hanks' Sleepless in Seattle began to be released, it successfully squeezed Joker, which was on its fourth week of release, to the second place, and won the first week box office champion. But then Jurassic Park came. Columbia was the only company that was stubborn. Except for the big production Sleepless in Seattle, all the big investments in the summer season stayed far enough away from Jurassic Park. After the release of this film, all films were greatly affected. The scale of the screening of Joker is also shrinking further, slipping to 1,678 theaters, and the box office this week has also begun to decline sharply, earning only $7.6 million. But the cumulative box office in North America alone has successfully exceeded $320 million. When the good old man's Jurassic Park began to wreak havoc on the North American theater market, as time went by, Joker, which was being screened in overseas markets, was also in a period of strength. In addition to the 5 English-speaking regions, the film has also begun to occupy the theater market in remote areas. Because the internet was not well developed in this era, there was a serious lag in overseas box office statistics, but according to rough statistics from Warner Bros. Overseas Distribution Department, Joker has won nearly $500 million overseas. When the entertainment media reported on Jurassic Park, they found that the global box office of Joker exceeded $800 million. When they wanted to find the director Wayne, he was already in Australia and started his vacation trip. "This is so beautiful." Excited Naomi Watts stood up from the car, stretched out her hands, and her clothes were blown by the speeding car. Wayne didn't have the courage to try the nude beach after all. He didn't care about getting naked when no one was watching, and he didn't mind even having sex. But he couldn't accept walking his bird in front of hundreds of people, even though there were mostly women on the beach. After the excitement, the Australian beauty sat down and pointed at the newspaper in front of the car. "You are already a world-class director, Wayne. Even in Australia, the influence of Joker is unmatched by any other film. During this period, you have ruled the world. Fasten your seatbelt, Naomi. The roads here are very empty and the speed of the cars on the road is relatively fast, but Wayne hasn't driven a car for a long time. This place is still subject to the Commonwealth traffic rules, and all the cars are right-hand drive, which made him carefully adapt since he got on the road. You drive really hard." Naomi Watts rolled her eyes at him and fastened her seatbelt. "I finally discovered that you not only have a lot of hormones and are lustful, but you're also afraid of death." They set off from Sydney this morning and are now heading south to Victoria, preparing to enter Melbourne, Australia's second largest city. Then they will fly directly from Melbourne to Hobart, the capital of Tasmania, and after playing there for 2 days, they will fly directly from there to Brisbane on the east coast, and then drive back to Sydney from there. This plan is actually a round trip around the southeastern part of Australia. Although it is not even 1/10 of Australia, these places are all the essence of Australia. Except for the southeastern part where people gather, other places are mostly arid and uninhabited areas. This country is definitely vast, but unfortunately most of the country is not suitable for human survival. Its western part is almost entirely hot and dry desert Gobi. The eastern part is a plateau, and only near the coastline are there plains suitable for human life. So, although this country looks big, there are actually not many places to play, unless you are willing to go to a wide farm, where you can go on vacation, see kangaroos and hunt. "Hey, boy. Do you want me to drive? An old lady just passed you. You are so embarrassing." Naomi Watts was very dissatisfied with Wayne's driving skills. Except for the assistant and security guards who followed behind them, they were overtaken by cars one after another. "We came out to relax, understand? I don't want to race with others." Wayne has been driving for many years. It's not that his driving skills are bad, but this right-hand drive car is too awkward to drive, and he can't adapt to it. "Aren't you a genius? You don't live like a young man at all. You act like an old man every day. Wayne, you are not even 24 years old, and you have lost your passion." Naomi Watts was not honest. She put her 2 long, straight, white legs on the dashboard in front of the car. FXXK. it's your turn to drive. Wayne was already awkward when driving and dared not be distracted. When she put the two long white legs in front of him, he couldn't help but want to look at them, and his mind would keep thinking about the madness of last night. In a fit of rage, she simply stopped the car and switched seats with Naomi Watts. Perhaps because she had lived here since she was a child, she drove much faster. Before reaching the Great Ocean Road, Wayne had already seen the beautiful scenery mentioned by netizens in his previous life. These natural beauties were on the road, and large tracts of green grassland were one of them. In addition, there were various beaches and seaside cliffs. Once encountering such beautiful scenery, Naomi Watts would stop the car and take Wayne to a closer place to enjoy the feeling of being in a painting. She knew that this man had been under a lot of pressure in the past 2 years, and this kind of place could best heal people's hearts. Driving and playing at the same time. In fact, their efficiency in moving forward was not fast, but this was also the purpose of Wayne leaving North America, avoiding the annoying media, unloading all the pressure, and having a few days of peace as he pleased. Until Sergio's car accelerated and passed behind and stopped on the side of the road. The assistant ran over with a satellite phone. "Boss, Jimmy called from the UK." This immediately brought him back to reality, and he took the phone and put it to his ear. "Hi, Jimmy." The agent's voice came from the other end of the phone, but there was some noise. "Wayne, I've taken care of Tolkien's descendants. But it's a little complicated. Wait a minute." He took down the phone and pointed to the beach and tall reefs on the side of the road. "Nami, shall we camp here tonight?" "No problem, you go ahead. I'll go help Sergio and the others set up the tent." Wayne had just accidentally seen a cave on the reef. This was a good camping spot, and the scenery was very beautiful near the sea. Watching the three of them drive another car over, he sat back in the car and continued to put the phone to his ear. "Jimmy, what's going on?" The Lord of the Rings has been adapted twice. In 1978, Ralph Bakshi adapted it into an animated feature film. The $400 million investment was exchanged for $30 million box office, which actually made a lot of money. From this, we can see that we must not make decisions on a whim. Without preliminary investigation, the information Wayne knew was obviously missing a lot. Jimmy continued, and this year in Finland, The Hobbit was also adapted into a mini-series, with a total of 9 episodes. So no matter what, at least the film and television adaptation of The Lord of the Rings did make money, and Tolkien's descendants hope to add a profit-sharing clause. "How much do they want?" Wayne asked. "It can probably be negotiated to between 3% and 6%, but they don't have all the copyrights, and some of them are in the hands of the publisher." Wayne listened and scratched his head. Doing these things is indeed much more troublesome than imagined. Now the specific price has been determined. $3.7 million US. This number is already a premium acquisition, but the profit sharing is. Give it to them, but it must be a profit sharing, not a box office share. Do you understand, Jimmy? Now all the books, or film and television adaptations are not too expensive, not much. Even if the price increases tenfold in 10 years, it will be impossible to buy such a masterpiece. After thinking for a while, Wayne said, "After getting the authorization, you go to the publisher to talk. With the same standards, take down The Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit. If necessary, you can tell them that I plan to make this film myself." "You want to shoot The Lord of the Rings?" Jimmy asked in surprise. "No, this is just an excuse. This masterpiece is not worth making in a few years. With the current special effects cost, the investment will be astronomical." "Okay, I understand. That's it." After hanging up the phone, Wayne sat in the car and began to think about this matter seriously. He had intercepted the copyright of The Lord of the Rings in advance before the fat man Harvey Weinstein, and also prevented Peter Jackson from looking for New Line to invest. Losing such a series that can influence film history, the independently operated New Line Cinema will probably be much sadder. It will not wait until 2007, and it may be forcibly merged into Warner Brothers by Time Warner, and it was also shot by himself. As long as he pays attention to the horror film master later and extends an olive branch in advance, it will be fine. After getting the copyright, Wayne will definitely not make it public. He plans to keep it in his hands for a few years, and when the time is right, He will find the fat man from New Zealand and shoot the trilogy together. He is the director born for this film. This Oscar-winning director seems to be unable to make movies as soon as he leaves the Lord of the Rings series. Apart from Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit, Wayne does not seem to have any other successful works. Chapter 171 It. Wayne, the current box office champion director in film history, was still enjoying the beautiful scenery in Australia, but as time went by, the whole of North America was overturned by Jurassic Park. Especially when time slowly came to the end of July, this film broke through $300 million at a speed slightly slower than Joker, and slowly surpassed Joker's $330 million in everyone's expectation, reaching a terrifying $340 million. This Jurassic Park didn't even let Joker stay on the North American box office list for too long, and it directly overtook it. But everyone knows that the box office of Jurassic Park still has room for growth. After all, it is a family movie. What's more terrifying than the box office figures is the surroundings. No matter what it is, as long as it is related to this dinosaur, it has begun to sell like crazy. After the third week of dominating North America, this film also began to rampage overseas, conquering the theater market of one country after another. This made the media in many countries shout that the wolf is coming. The storm of Joker has not completely subsided, and Hollywood has begun to conquer the city with Jurassic Park. This made many countries see for the first time the terribleness of the Hollywood film industry. Jimmy in the UK also made very smooth progress. Although his ability in this area is very average, the biggest advantage is that he has money in his hands. Before everyone reacted, he quietly won the film and television adaptation rights of Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit. When it came to mid-August, the sensation caused by Joker in North America had basically subsided, and the film began to be withdrawn from the theaters one after another. Only many theaters in remote areas still maintained a certain number of screenings. In fact, the travel route designed by Wayne and Naomi Watts was not completed as planned. The speed of walking and playing was much lower than expected, and the Australian beauty also had to fly back to North America to participate in the promotion of Mrs. Doubtfire. Wayne simply ended this vacation early and flew back to Los Angeles with Naomi Watts. This rare time of relaxation is something he has not had in the more than 20 years since he came here. Wayne started to study purposefully since he was a child. As an adult, he had self-control and absorbed knowledge constantly, but he never relaxed his tense nerves for a long time. Since his senior year, he shot and produced 3 movies in 3 consecutive years. He dared not make any mistakes during this period and lived under great pressure. This kind of work efficiency can be regarded as the fastest among the most prolific directors in Hollywood. The normal practice of behind-the-scenes staff is to start a long vacation life after shooting a movie and then start the next project after recovering physical strength and spirit. After returning to Los Angeles again, Wayne also learned about the negotiation status of lawyers Ryan and Howard as soon as possible. Just as he ordered, they were not in a hurry to discuss the price, and they were still testing each other at the rhythm of contacting each other once in a short time. First, he called Jonathan Keller of DC and made an appointment with him to talk together. Then Wayne called Jeff Robinoff of Warner Brothers to confirm the copyright issue of the horror film. After asking everything, he moved the typewriter to the 3rd floor balcony. Accompanied by 2 golden retrievers, he began to prepare the script and project plan for it. Although this film was made with the main purpose of box office, there are many things to prepare. The fact that the main characters are children is a big difficulty. The 2 most troublesome shooting targets for all Hollywood crews are animals and children. In this regard, he plans to find more mature children. It is not a big problem if they are a little older. Some of the problems can be solved by MacUp. In fact, the trouble comes from the union and child protection organizations. Children under 18 are undoubtedly children and their rise. This is also a universal value in North American society. No matter what happens in private, everything that touches children is a sensitive point for the media and people from all walks of life. This is a horror version of Stand By Me. As a movie with children as the protagonists, this movie will definitely be labeled as cruel and terrifying, which is also one of the selling points of this film. Patricide. pedophilia, school bullying, distorted parent-child relationship, racial issues, vague sexual enlightenment and first love, and most importantly, children's friendship. All these elements must be put into it, and the story must be told in an orderly and thrilling way, which is considered a success. When talking about Wayne Greenberg now, most film critics and media will definitely think of black movies first, so just make a horror movie to end your horror movie journey. According to Wayne's own plan, if everything goes well, basically in his future directorial career, it is impossible to make this type of horror movie again. Big investment and big production are his first choice. To be honest, Stephen King's original novel is very well written. Other horror movies are trying to scare you, but it is different. He is trying to tell you not to be afraid. A good horror movie does not have to tell a particularly scary story, or it can tell a particularly good story and put in some horror element appropriately, which is also great. In 1989, the city of Derry, Maine, was shrouded in the shadow of terror. Since last year, cases of missing children have occurred one after another, and it seems that a terrible unknown existence has quietly come among people. Billy, a teenager who lost his brother, decided to use the summer vacation with Eddie, Ricky, Stanley and other partners to find the whereabouts of his brother George. Soon after, Ben, a fat boy bullied by the little villains, Beverly, a bad girl who was rumored to be promiscuous, and Mike, an orphan whose parents died in a fire, joined this sneered alliance of losers. In the process, they experienced a series of supernatural horror experiences. The teenagers found that in this cursed city, the number of abnormal deaths would soar every 27 years. The grinning clown will go deep into everyone's heart and dig out the most feared part of them. Wayne wrote and paid attention to modifying the inappropriate content. This workload was not large, but he had to simulate shooting problems in his mind, such as camera positions, so that he could have a clear idea. This script was relatively simple. It only took him about a week to make a rough draft, but before he could write a plan, two guests arrived in the manor. Kevin Tsujihara came to visit the manor with Jonathan Keller. Wayne Greenberg is too important to Warner Brothers now. His films can be said to account for a leg of Warner Brothers revenue. In addition to Joker this year, Warner Brothers has also produced and released many movies, among which the more successful one is The Fugitive, which is currently in theaters. This action film, directed and created by Andrew Davis, is taking over Joker and is beginning to wreak havoc in the North American theater market. The participation of superstar Harrison Ford makes this film even more attractive. This is an orthodox summer action movie. It is worth mentioning that The Fugitive will also be launched in the market across the Pacific next year, that is, in 1994, and its performance will also be very good. Jonathan, what do you think Wayne's plan is? When the car turned into the manor, Kevin Tsujihara looked at the garden outside the window and asked softly, it will surprise you. The person who is closest to Wayne's thoughts must be him, the head of DC. Although he cannot be sure, he also has his own hazy views. He didn't care about his companion's pretentiousness. He would know it in a while anyway. He was actually quite interested in this manor. Wayne has accumulated a wealth that others need a lifetime to accumulate in 3 years, and it is still growing. Just wait and see. Jonathan. Vanity Fair will definitely put him in the top few of the Hollywood celebrity list next year. Jonathan Keller was also amazed by this. Although Wayne is just a director, he can always get a big piece of the pie with his continuous and unexpected success. This is absolutely a terrifying thing. Thinking of the profits that the other party will get from Joker this time, even he, a senior executive of a large company, feels envious. He and Spielberg will not fall out of the top 3. Jonathan Keller shook his head. These two Jewish directors are simply money-making machines. I heard that the good old man signed a very high profit-sharing contract with Universal. The box office share will not be less than hundreds of millions of dollars. This year's 2 super box office bombs not only fed the production company, but also fed the 2 directors. This is the common idea of the 2 at this time. The car stopped in front of the small square, and when the butler took them into the living room, Wayne was already waiting for them. The 3 of them didn't exchange a few pleasantries, and Kevin Tsujihara went straight to the point. Wayne, let's talk about your plan. Get these things done as soon as possible, and the film can start the preparation period as soon as possible. Of course, He hoped that the project would be finalized as soon as possible. In at most half a year, he would take up his position at the head office, and this would be the last project he would promote before leaving office. I think you should have guessed it through the shooting incident. Yes, it's Batman, Wayne said as he took out the prepared materials. This time, the screening of Joker caused such a horrific attack, so why don't we just make a superhero who doesn't kill people? The two of them nodded thoughtfully after hearing this, and it seemed that this was indeed more appropriate. But Warner Brothers already had plans for Batman, which gave Kevin Sugihara a headache. Warner Brothers film production department has also submitted a plan for Batman. Wayne, can you consider changing to another superhero? Hearing this, Wayne's heart skipped a beat. Is it too late? The damn Batman forever? Chapter 172. Do you want to see the Justice League assemble on the big screen? Warner Brothers is really similar to Sony Columbia in one respect. Sony Columbia let go of Spider-Man when its performance declined, while Warner Brothers, Batman accounts for a small part of its revenue. No matter how well known Bruce Wayne is among the audience, every filming is profitable, and it can also generate a large amount of peripheral income and various copyright operation income. The reputation of one of the three Justice Giants is there. Even if the fans curse it, as long as the new Batman series comes out, they will still buy tickets to the theater to watch it. There are too many fans who can pay for this series. If it follows the normal trajectory, Warner Brothers will have to go through Batman Forever, Batman and Robin, etc. before Bruce Wayne can completely ruin all the reputation among the fan community. But by then it will be too late. Wayne really doesn't want to wait until Batman and Robin finishes the costume show before saving it, which has a great time cost. I heard that the production department of Warner Brothers has submitted a new Batman plan again. Wayne didn't need to think carefully to know that it was Batman Forever. He was silent now because he was thinking about how to make Warner Brothers give up this project, which had a great impact on his own plan. Wayne, DC has many superheroes. Ever since Kevin Sugihara said that Warner Brothers already had a plan, Jonathan Keller saw that he had been thinking about it. He tapped the table lightly and said, "Believe me, Clark Kent is also very suitable for you, and Superman is more famous than Batman. Is this a problem of popularity? What Wayne needs is to take advantage of the popularity of Joker in the minds of the general public of movie fans nowadays. Superheroes are not mainstream commercial films, at most they are genre films, not more than 10 years later. No." He shook his head at the two people. As for the cost of special effects, the cost of filming Superman is too much, so much that Warner Brothers cannot afford it. But we all know that the cost is decreasing year by year, and it is not the right time to film Superman now. The same special effects, that is, George Lucas, who guards industrial light and magic, dares to let go and make it for Star Wars. As for others, it is just a waste of money. After thinking for a while, he continued, "Superman is not worth considering now. Let's talk about Batman again. 3 points. First, if I produce this series, I can definitely save a lot of money just from the cost of special effects. I will explain this later. Second, with the momentum of Joker and the shooting incident at the beginning of the film project, a lot of publicity and promotion costs can be saved, and enough attention can be obtained for free. This is very important. Third, I have a very big plan. Since Warner Brothers already has the intention of the Batman project, I don't mind telling you in advance, so that you can consider it." After speaking, he did not give them time to think about it, and stood up to invite them. "Come with me, let's go to the study upstairs to talk. Although many details have not been sorted out, I have already made the big framework." The two followed behind Wayne, and looked at each other, especially Kevin Sugihara, whose eyes were full of doubts. Wayne didn't give them time to talk at all. It seemed that he was very confident in his plan. Along the stairs of the main building, the three of them turned into the study on the southernmost side of the second floor. This was also Wayne's workroom. Although he usually liked to work on the balcony on the third floor, important things would be kept in the safe here. After inviting the two to sit down by the window, he turned around and walked behind the desk, opened the safe embedded under the table, and took out a large craft paper file bag from it. While untying the string that tied the file bag, He smiled and said, "Since the Joker started to be produced one after another, I have been constantly perfecting this plan in my mind. Although it is indeed a bit early to take it out now, Jonathan will sooner or later know that this requires the full cooperation of DC. This is." The file bag contained a series of drawings that were stapled together. These drawings were simple and easy to understand, like simple cartoons. Some of them could be seen to have been drawn in a hurry. This is like the basic skills that every film director has, something like a storyboard. So, Jonathan Keller gently flipped through the simple drawings and character connection lines, as if talking to himself. "Is this a long-term plan you made for DC superhero movies? Yes, this is your goal." Wayne's idea is very simple. Of course, he can ignore these things now and continue to shoot other films. There are many projects for him to choose from. Wait until Spider-Man opens the superhero era and Marvel Comics rises. Warner Brothers will naturally be stimulated to make random moves, but some things can never be successful by simple imitation. After a series of disastrous failures such as Batman and Robin, Catwoman, and Superman Returns, it will be much easier to promote this plan. At that time, Warner Brothers will beg him to save DC. Think about the shocking tragedy of Superman Returns. This movie almost made Warner Brothers lose all their underwear. But if you start planning now, you will get more benefits. Apart from other things, once the plan is launched, it will never stop easily. Wayne is sure that he will not be able to develop Marvel Comics heroes. He has been tied to Warner Brothers. No matter what, he must work hard to become the father of the DC superhero universe. And Wayne's future will definitely have the goal of Oscar Best Director. He has concerns about shooting completely commercial and popcorn films, and horror films that are completely for the purpose of gaining high box office are obviously unlikely. He can't shoot family-friendly films with simple plots and completely biased towards young people. What should I do? DC superheroes are very suitable for his adaptation style, especially to prove to the outside world that even superhero comics movies can be made by him to be different, full of thought-provoking themes and artistry. Then try to use the balance between commercial performance and art to break through the psychological defenses of those old men little by little. Wayne can't prepare for 7 years like the king of the world and break through all obstacles in one fell swoop. But he can try to increase the stakes one by one to see if he can slowly break down those people's secular prejudices. This is a challenging thing. Just thinking about it makes people tremble. The things in the cowhide bag were still very simple. Kevin Tsujihara flipped through them and put them on the table. He frowned and nodded at the stapled drawings. "Tell me what you think. Some of the most basic things must be agreed upon so that the other party can have the motivation to promote this huge plan and the two sides can form a need for close cooperation." So Wayne said directly, "Starting from Joker, DC will form its own unique style and label. This is definitely not the type of summer popcorn. The success of Joker has explained many problems. The general public fans are very receptive to this kind of dark style and serious story core. We can shoot one by one slowly, of course. This depends on the actual situation. First, Joker will lead to the origin of Batman, and then wait until the audience and the market have accepted Bruce Wayne, and then try to put the two characters in a movie to connect." "You mean the same universe?" Jonathan Keller asked in disbelief with a surprised expression on his face. "Yes, the same universe. This is Wayne's main purpose. After the Joker and Bruce Wayne are successfully linked, think about it, will the audience expect more DC heroes to join in? We can make a big time plan. Shoot the origin of Superman. Shoot the origin of Diana. Shoot. After the superheroes appear one by one, what we need to do is very simple. Find them a sufficiently important opponent or crisis. Do you think the general fans will be particularly looking forward to the Justice League assembling on the big screen?" After saying so much, Wayne stood up to get a bottle of water and gave them time to digest. Of course, this matter is not as simple as he said, and the overall planning to be done is an extremely tedious and long-term work, but the general meaning has been expressed. This is a proven successful method, and Wayne is not a stubborn old man. His bottom line can even be said to be very low. He does not mind taking it and modifying it, and using it directly. If we push it back a dozen years and make these films in Wayne's own style, it is estimated that whether they can succeed is really unknown. At present, when superheroes are not mainstream films, Fans have not completely become fans of visual effects, and they still have artistic considerations when choosing to watch films. And Wayne is sure to make this DC universe right, not to let it become a fan-crazy and unfriendly series for passers-by. He will never shoot and produce according to the comics, and will definitely redesign the main storyline to make it a popular product. Fan-oriented films do have selling points. At least Zack Snyder has done the best in this regard, and the box office has exploded from time to time. If you can look at this movie universe from the overall perspective, drastic adaptations may disappoint some hardcore fans, but can attract more passers-by than fans. When he thought of Zack Snyder's Martha, Wayne couldn't help but feel embarrassed. This must not happen. Wayne, if Warner Brothers is fully committed to this movie universe plan, when can you make a complete plan? Stroking the drawings, Kevin Tsujihara looked up and suddenly asked, I'm not talking about this simple thing, but a complete and organized movie universe plan. When he heard the other party's question, he said done. In his heart, the head of Warner Brothers was moved by the prospect he simply described. That's how things should be. Warner Brothers is holding Hollywood's greatest treasure, and all it has to do is take it out bit by bit. Chapter 173 Batman. The complete and specific DC Universe plan is a long-term work, and Wayne can't come up with it right now. Kevin, this needs to be achieved through constant adjustments. He pointed to the Batman drawing on the top. We can only make a big framework first, and then adjust the entire direction slowly through the films that have been shot and released, and the market reaction. So, Batman is my next goal. Jonathan Keller's face was full of excitement. This huge movie universe plan will definitely push DC to another level and make superheroes a mainstream. Tell me what you think of Batman, Wayne. The words of the head of DC interrupted Kevin Tsujihara's thinking and made him focus on the character in front of him. Yes, it would never be too late to make Batman and see the effect before talking about it later. In my plan, this Batman will be a film that explains his origins. Bruce Wayne is by no means a natural Batman. He also has fears and confusions. This will be a film that shows the audience how Batman grows and finds himself. That's right, DC superheroes are good in every way. They have no lack of storytelling or spiritual core, but they are too powerful, and each one is like a god far away from us. What Wayne has to do is to pull them down and give them humanity to narrow the distance and sense of substitution with the fans. He looked at the two people opposite him and continued, this will be a movie series. Only serialized movies can truly enter the mainstream audience's sight. In the first part, I will arrange a reasonable origin for Bruce Wayne, and in the second part, the Joker? Kevin Tsujihara asked directly. That's right. The Joker will be inserted in the second part. Bruce Wayne will grow further through his entanglement with the Joker, and we can also add more foreshadowing in it. The two of them nodded. This is indeed a good idea, and the success rate is believed to be very high. Even thinking about it now will make people excited. However, there are other problems. How are you going to deal with the two previous Batman films? Moreover, the Joker and Gotham you filmed do not have any superpowers, so how to connect them will also be a big problem. Facing Kevin Tsujihara's question, Wayne said directly, it is to overturn. I will not adopt any settings of the two Batman films. Overthrowing and starting over is my goal. As for the problem of the Joker and Gotham, it is easy to solve, because I will add a realistic style to the film. Realistic style. Dark realism. This sentence made the two frown together. Tim Burton gave Batman a gothic style, and the characters in the film are full of absurdity and exaggeration. In any case, the two films before and after were successful. Although the second part was not well received by the audience, they also put the blame on Tim Burton, but this style of Batman is at least normal and in line with people's impression of superheroes. But what is the dark realism style? The extremely powerful superhero gave up his own advantages and became an individual who was not much different from ordinary people. At this moment, even Jonathan Keller's eyes were full of doubts. He temporarily put aside the temptation of the superhero universe and stared at him and said, is Bruce Wayne still a hero like this? Wayne certainly understood their thoughts. This did seem a little incredible. No, we just added this style and atmosphere. Bruce Wayne is still Bruce Wayne. It's just that he will become fragile temporarily. He needs to let the audience see his growth, see his confusion and fragility, and also let everyone witness how he became Batman. Otherwise, why do you think I deliberately made Gotham like that? Batman will slowly grow, struggle, and protect this place and this metropolis familiar to the audience. Because this Gotham is very close to the city and the lives of the public, this can make them feel involved. Looking at the two people who were thinking, Wayne continued to explain his ideas, hoping that they could all agree with him, which would reduce a lot of subsequent troubles, and get them to fully cooperate with his preparatory work. The Joker has clearly brought out the contradictions in Gotham City. On the surface, it is full of material desires, but secretly it is also full of corruption. People have begun to riot and fight from time to time, which shows that all social classes have begun to split. The various capital groups that control this city have also become their evil accomplices through the laws and systems. In such an environment, Bruce Wayne has slowly grown from an ordinary person to an unsung hero who protects the city. Before he became strong, he certainly had joys, sorrows, confusion, fear, and even weakness and loss of direction. He will slowly overcome the fragility of these normal people in a city that the audience is very familiar with and go through this growth journey with the audience. Empathy. Jonathan, only by letting the audience empathize can the film achieve the ideal success. The Joker has proved this point. When all fans empathize, the power they burst out will infinitely raise the box office. Moreover, when an audience watches Batman grow up, he can get everyone's recognition from the bottom of their hearts when he saves the world. After saying all his thoughts, Wayne let out a long breath, picked up the water bottle, and drank half of it in one breath. He had already made it very clear, if they still disagreed and irritated him, he would just give up this huge plan. After a long silence, Kevin Suhara glanced at Jonathan Keller, who was also thinking with a bitter face, and said, "Make a Batman project plan as soon as possible and have your agent send it to the company. Oh, and also your plan for this superhero universe." He stretched out his arm and patted the shoulder of the young man opposite him, and his voice suddenly became quieter. "I will do my best to promote this plan before I leave, but it will take a long time, and the company will also have meetings to discuss it. Once you become a shareholder at Warner Brothers, everything will be much simpler. You should consider this matter as soon as possible." "I understand." Wayne nodded. Even if the Batman project passes the review smoothly, the preparation period will be as long as 6 months to 10 months, so I plan to remake Stephen King's horror novel during this period. This project requires very little investment. Jonathan Keller asked. Compared to the big project just discussed, this film can indeed be considered a low-budget one. Wayne, I think you should focus on the dark hero universe. With your current achievements in Hollywood, you no longer need to prove yourself through this kind of film. In fact, Kevin Suhara also thought so. Instead of wasting energy on such a small production, it is better to fully promote this DC universe. However, no one can guarantee whether this will be another hit. After talking about the business, Wayne smiled and shook his head and said to the two of them, "This may be my last low-budget horror film. I can keep an eye on the preparations for Batman while filming, and I can also train the core team members and lay a solid foundation for the more difficult big productions later." After sending off the two executives, Wayne began to speed up the production of the project plan. Although this time is not as urgent as in previous years, the preparation should be carried out as soon as possible. For Batman, he was still deeply influenced by Nolan's Dark Knight trilogy, but Nolan's series not only created Batman's unsurpassed glory, but also deeply limited the linkage with the Justice universe. No one can deny the greatness of this extremely successful series and the Dark Knight. But Wayne needs to be viewed as a whole, and it is impossible to focus on the character of Batman like Nolan. The Battle Begins is okay, and you can still see the traces of DC comic adaptation, but in the last two trilogies, Christopher Nolan completely abandoned the traces of superheroes. Bruce Wayne seems to have become an ordinary person, and his abilities have been excessively weakened. He turned the last two trilogies into realistic crime films, completely abandoning the heavy and epic feeling of the DC universe. All this is to be close to reality and dilute the attributes of superheroes. Because of this treatment, Bruce Wayne can be knocked to the ground by the gangster's big wolf dog, and can also throw bat darts before fighting. It is simply two different creatures from superheroes. In fact, Zack Snyder did a good job later. He has been trying to bend back on the basis of Warner Bros.' broken play. Unfortunately, he was tied up by Warner Bros. And had to work hard to make a good movie. The difficulty can be imagined. Even if Warner Bros. Gave him the greatest freedom and the greatest rights to let him play to his strengths, just like 300 Spartans, all the epic and rich oil painting feelings were filmed, as long as the film's rating was not restricted, the situation would probably be much better. In early October, Jimmy sent the project plan prepared by Wayne to Warner Bros. For review. The review speed of the remake of it was very fast. After all, this was a small production with an investment of only $25 million. And the reason why Wayne gave this investment figure after the plan was that he had deeply considered the result of his salary. There will not be any star actors in this film. The biggest star may be him as the director. The small actors used in the film will not account for too much of the investment in terms of salary. After the film was approved, Jimmy also contacted Warner Bros. Once and roughly figured out their bottom line and prepared to discuss the director's treatment with Wayne. Given Jimmy's personality, the director's treatment this time will definitely not be the same as the Joker period. He must want to bite off a bigger piece of the cake. Chapter 174 South African Diamonds. Compared with the expected revenue from Joker by Warner Bros., the share they paid to the director is not much, but this is just Jimmy's personal opinion. Now that the film has basically been taken off the shelves in North America, the box office alone has exceeded $330 million, and many overseas regions are still showing it, but it has also achieved a box office of more than $500 million. The overseas box office revenue has nothing to do with Wayne. If we only count the revenue to be obtained from the North American box office, there are more than $30 million. Counting the basic salary paid by Warner Bros. In 3 installments, the total salary is as high as more than $40 million, which is a figure that even the top Hollywood directors can hardly get. This year, the only director who can guarantee to surpass Wayne in salary income is the good old man Spielberg. Although the outside world is not clear about the specific share figure, it is speculated, based on the leaked information, that this figure will not be less than hundreds of millions of dollars. In the eyes of capital, every penny is definitely saved, not to mention the tens of millions of dollars that are about to be paid. However, there is one big direction that Jimmy and Warner Bros. Agree on, that is, the issue of Wayne's basic salary. Jimmy meant that his client was willing to take less basic salary as long as he was paid the same $10 million as the previous film. This proposal was also in the interests of Warner Bros., so that more funds could be used in the production of the film, thus ensuring the quality of the film. The main disagreement between the two sides was the later share. Warner Bros., facing the lesson of paying tens of millions of dollars, was very determined in this regard. They agreed to give Wayne a later share, but the proportion must be lower than 15%. However, the crazy Jimmy shouted out a sky-high price of 25%. The agent's reason was very sufficient. Wayne had already made concessions on the basic salary, so it must be reflected in the later share. Moreover, his client's current status and worth in the circle are definitely worth this share ratio. Finally, after both parties tried once, the first negotiation ended. It seems that their bottom line this time is 15%. Every time at this time, Jimmy would appear extremely excited. I'm sure I can negotiate this ratio to more than 20%. If they don't give it, whatever you want, Jimmy. The agent reported the progress of the negotiation to him and did not distract Wayne from looking up. He was concentrating on modifying the concept map in his hand. Don't worry too much. This time our film will not compete for the summer season, and there is plenty of time for production. His agent can be said to be a highly professional negotiation expert. As long as he doesn't overturn the table and tear his face, Wayne will let him make Warner Bros. Uncomfortable. This is to fight for his own interests. With an agent who opens his mouth and is extremely excited every time he discusses the treatment of directors, he can avoid unnecessary conflicts with Warner Bros. Directly because of these sensitive issues. This is a very good buffer zone. Actually, I was going to offer a price of 20 plus 20, Wayne. The agent shook his head with some regret. but the production cost you offered for this film is too low, so I can only reduce the basic salary. The basic salary plus the profit ratio of 20+20 is definitely not something that few people in Hollywood can get. The number of stars can be counted on one hand, and there may be even fewer directors. With Wayne's current worth, he can only shout. How much he can negotiate in the end depends on the attitude of the production company. But Jimmy believes that given the importance of his client to Warner Brothers, they will definitely do their best to satisfy him. Okay, is there anything else? Wayne put down the drawing board in his hand, looked at the Batmobile he designed on it, and nodded with satisfaction. The agent asked curiously, "Are you going out? A small date? Please do as you please." He took down the simple concept drawing he had drawn, put it in the file box, and prepared to change clothes and go out. George Lucas asked him to play golf, and it was said that Spielberg would also come. Not long after, a red Ford drove into the manor. The girl who got out was very tall. A simple pair of jeans and a white t-shirt outlined her beautiful youthful figure. The girl didn't have time to enter the living room and got into the car with Wayne, who was waiting. Sergey lowered the front and rear partitions and drove the car out of the manor and headed for the golf course. "I'm over 18. Thank you for giving me the chance." After getting in the car, Charlize Theron took the initiative to hug his arm and lay on his shoulder. Wayne smiled. "You're welcome, you deserve it. The preparation period for the film will take at least 10 months. Don't miss your acting class during this period. It's very important for you." This girl who had slept with him without knowing it, Wayne has never contacted her since she signed a confidentiality agreement last time. However, her agent did a good job in finding a good short-term acting training class. Thinking of her and leaving her a role was just a normal fair exchange for Wayne. Charlize Theron paid and kept her mouth shut about the previous things. He was also willing to keep his promise and give something in return. After getting in the car, the girl kept observing Wayne's face until she was sure that he was in a very good mood. She carefully put her head close to his ear and whispered, "Honey, I can stay home tonight, or you can train my acting skills." After saying that, she gently stretched out her tongue and licked the man's ear. Wayne's smile became even brighter. He put his arm around the South African diamond's waist and felt the tender body of this young girl. "You have to believe in this director. He is very good at teaching actors how to act." The South African diamond knew very well that compared to other big wigs in Hollywood, this man had a very good reputation in this regard. According to the information obtained by her agent, as long as the women paid him, the results they got were not bad. And the very important evidence was that these women had been interviewed by various newspapers. Regardless of whether they were trying to get attention, no woman said anything bad about him. Wayne certainly understood the girl's thoughts and was happy to accept such enthusiasm. He had no psychological barriers to these things. He was a very principled person. He thought it was very fair to pay and get something in return. Compared to some very unprincipled people, Wayne felt that he was a typical good man. One person who had to be mentioned was the fat man Harvey Weinstein. Not only was he unprincipled, he even used force. But was this Jewish fat man the only one like this? Definitely not. He is just a typical example. Other producers and directors have had these things to some extent. After all, the rumors about the red sofa have always been there. This is definitely not an unspoken rule in Hollywood, because the matter is on the surface. Because of these things, only Harvey Weinstein played himself so badly. There are many big wigs who were exposed, but he is the only one who is really famous. Because those actresses who benefited from this kind of thing will definitely not mention what happened. If we say that the biggest person who was exposed because of this kind of thing is definitely not Harvey Weinstein, but Kevin Tsujihara, an executive of Warner Brothers, this bigwig even dared to promise the role of Wonder Woman. "Boss, we are here." Sergey knocked on the isolation board gently, then opened it and said to the back. It was the place where he and George Lucas came last time, but this time the father of Star Wars arrived first and was chatting with Spielberg under the parasol. Wayne walked up with Charlize Theron and hugged the two old men. In the disappointed eyes of the girl, he did not introduce them. "Steven, I haven't even had time to sit in the first place, but your Jurassic Park has taken it down." He smiled and shook his head and began to greet this good old man. You know, Wayne. Steven Spielberg took out water from the ice bucket and handed it to him, saying, "At first, the box office of Joker really shocked me. I knew that this movie would have a good box office when it premiered, but I didn't expect it to be so high in a short time. I was also surprised that Jurassic Park could surpass it." Regardless of whether the old man was sincere or polite, his words also made Wayne feel very comfortable. Although the North American box office of Joker was surpassed by the other party, the global box office is still in the leading position. It will be difficult for Jurassic Park to surpass it. Let's go, we can start. Seeing that everyone was there, George Lucas packed up his clubs. "No, I'd better chat with you. This kind of sport is not suitable for me." Wayne didn't like this kind of sport and never thought about learning it. He came here mainly to chat and talk about things. The two old men didn't force him. Steven Spielberg saw that he didn't like playing basketball, so he talked to him about the purpose of inviting him here while walking. "The premiere of Schindler's List is a big event for us. No matter what, this movie is finally made. I will notify you when the time comes, and you can arrange the time in advance." Wayne would not miss this matter, even if you said it. Since he took advantage of this bloodline, he should pay something. The old man just wanted the film to be as popular as possible. "Steven, I will come, no matter how busy I am." He nodded seriously. Obviously, the old man had some other purposes. George Lucas deliberately stayed far away from them to leave them enough space for conversation. And Charlize Theron was also very discerning and took the initiative to fall behind. After walking a little further, Steven Spielberg casually said, "I heard that your accountants and legal team are talking to Warner Brothers about acquiring shares." "Yes, it's a good opportunity, isn't it? This matter is no secret. Anyone who is interested can find out." In order to tie him down as a director, this method is not surprising, and many production companies have had similar experiences. Chapter 175. What is Wayne fighting for? The casual words of this nice old Jewish man aroused Wayne's vigilance. The other party asked him to come here through George Lucas. It was absolutely impossible to notify the premiere. This matter could be settled with a phone call, and casual chatting was even more impossible. He believed that Steven Spielberg's time was more valuable than his. Obviously, Steven Spielberg's mind was not on playing, and he kept chatting with him slowly. After the old man swung a club, he shook his head and seemed very dissatisfied with this. "How is the preparation for the new project?" "Not bad." The other party was willing to chat, so Wayne chatted with him. Sooner or later, he would talk about business anyway. "Stephen King's It. My agent is negotiating a contract with Warner Brothers, and preparation should begin in the near future. Anyway, this is not a secret," and he said it very straightforwardly. Moreover, the copyright of this film is in the hands of Warner Brothers, and there is nothing others can do if they want to adapt it. Hearing this name, Spielberg thought about it. Wasn't this movie released by Warner Brothers in 1990? "Do you want to remake it?" Wayne nodded casually. "Yes, I like this story very much. Stephen King wrote it very well, but it must be adapted." "Wayne." The old man smiled and said, "I remember that this movie is from a child's perspective. I have a goddaughter, so there shouldn't be any problem with her age." This made him sigh in his heart. This old man really cared about his godchildren. Being Spielberg's godchildren is definitely a big step ahead of others in this circle. No matter what, he still had to give the other party this little face. "As long as the image is suitable, you can ask her agent to bring her to talk after the preparations begin." Shrugging his shoulders, Wayne was very open-minded about these social etiquettes. He would definitely give the opportunity, as long as the other party's image and acting skills were suitable. He didn't even have to audition. This old man would definitely give this face. However, if the image or basic acting skills were not there, he would not risk investing tens of millions of dollars just for favors. After saying this, Spielberg casually said, "In fact, you don't have to rush to invest in Warner Brothers. Maybe after a while, there will be a better choice." Hearing this suggestion, Wayne's expression did not change, but the alarm bells in his heart began to ring wildly. He smiled as if he didn't understand what the other party said. "The matter has basically been settled. There are still some differences in price and share. Steven, you should understand that Warner Brothers is the best fit for me. The old man tried it for a while and didn't continue to talk, and Wayne also rejected his dinner invitation. He left the golf course early with Charlize Theron and got in the car to rush back to the manor. He thought of all the reasons, but he didn't expect Steven Spielberg to think so highly of himself in this matter. DreamWorks is definitely going to be established. These three bigwigs in different fields of Hollywood are expected to announce the news after 1993. With Wayne's small body, he felt that he didn't have the ability to wade into this muddy water. It's a pity to think about the extent to which these three people were squeezed by several giants. With the production ability of DreamWorks during its heyday, it could definitely be considered one of the top few in Hollywood, but a distribution channel completely blocked them. No matter how powerful the production ability was, it would eventually suck blood from the distribution company. From the perspective of hindsight, this company was completely the fat meat on the lips of that woman Shirley Lansing, and finally simply became the same existence as Paramount's production department. The water here is too deep. Charlize Theron accompanied him all the way back to the manor, watching the man thinking about something, and she followed him in silence all the way. It has been a few months since she came to Los Angeles. Compared with those girls who are still waiting for opportunities, looking at the man next to her, she feels that she is very lucky. As far as she knows, there are countless actors, screenwriters, directors, cameramen, singers and other people with beautiful faces in Los Angeles. This is indeed the world's film center, with many opportunities for fame or work, but compared with the huge number of job seekers, the opportunities seem so few. Originally, I thought that with her outstanding face and figure, there would be no shortage of opportunities to become famous here, but later I realized that this was a joke. Fortunately, I was lucky enough to seize the rare opportunity. She rolled her eyes, leaned on Wayne's shoulder before getting off the car, and whispered something. This moment seemed to ignite his spirit, and he threw everything behind his mind and pulled Charlize Theron back to the bedroom. I have a lot more fun here, sweetheart. Do you want to try it? This girl just turned 18, and her youth was so beautiful that it was a mess, with a thin waist and long legs, especially after she changed into a tight leather jacket, which further highlighted the importance of height. I'll listen to you, Wayne. This girl obviously hasn't learned to refuse people, or she doesn't want to refuse at all. Even if it's some small toys that Allberry has used, she doesn't care. It was not until dinner time that Wayne came downstairs to eat alone. The energetic South African beauty had already fallen asleep. She knew that, if she wanted to please someone, it was not enough to just lie there and do nothing. She did not mind trying all kinds of methods, but those actions that violated the laws of physics obviously consumed more energy. Nina was eating a cut steak while checking the investment report sent back by Howard. She was unwilling to even look at her boss. The noise upstairs was definitely strange. Boss. She pushed over a few documents that needed to be signed and took a sip of the red wine. Wayne picked up a few documents, glanced at them, signed his name, and pushed them back. Thank you for your hard work, Nina. The assistant packed up her things and curled her lips. With her relationship with Wayne, she had no scruples. She pointed upstairs and said, "It's not hard. Who made me have to deal with a boss who always throws everything to the assistants? Is that girl sure she doesn't want to eat dinner?" The noises she made in the afternoon were so strange. When facing his assistant, Wayne is often the most shameless. He doesn't care about Nina's teasing at all, and cuts beef with a smile on his face. Maybe you can consider finding a boyfriend. A single and rich girl like you is definitely very popular. Facing such a boss, the assistant could only roll her eyes helplessly. It was not until a long time later that she stared at Wayne, who was eating with big mouthfuls of food, revealing a look of reminiscence. When I saw you working so hard, I thought you must be an outlier in Hollywood. I didn't expect that all you men are the same. It was rare that the assistant was willing to chat today. Wayne was in a good mood, so he shrugged and said, "I'm working very hard now, and Nina, what do you think is the purpose of a man working hard?" "Well, you are working very hard now." Nina had no objection to this sentence. Simply speaking of the degree of dedication to work, Wayne is definitely the best in Hollywood. But aren't you working hard for your ideals? Oh, for success and money. But what can these bring? Looking at this man who kept eating, Nina understood what he meant in a flash, and said helplessly, power, women, or satisfaction? After eating and drinking, Wayne put down his knife and fork, picked up the wine glass, and drank it all. Before going upstairs, he said to the assistant, "You really know me best, Nina." If he said that after his rebirth, he studied hard and worked just for his ideals, this would be a bit nonsense. Men constantly pursue success, not for the great satisfaction that comes from success, money, power, and women. The assistant cursed him silently from behind, unwillingly holding a pile of documents, and returned to the study on the second floor to start working. Since Cherylise Ferron came to the manor, her agent seemed to have forgotten about this girl, and she herself never mentioned going back. She would drive back by herself after her acting class every day, which made Wayne scratch his head. Being flattered by a beautiful woman is a pleasant thing, but since Bella Grant came and hit the car once, it is obviously not so good. Fortunately, Jimmy and Warner Brothers' negotiations progressed quickly. It was not the first time for both sides to cooperate. After a quick trial, they finally reached a consensus in mid-October. Wayne also signed the project agreement as the producer and director of the new project. Warner Brothers, as the producer and distributor of it, invested $25 million in the film. In addition to the main behind-the-scenes staff of Wayne's team, other basic jobs will also be provided by Warner Brothers and CAA. Warner Brothers will send a first producer to the crew. These are not much different from ordinary project contracts, mainly the treatment of the director at the end of the agreement. Wayne will hold 3 part-time positions in the crew, namely director, screenwriter and second producer. Regardless of whether he will invest in Warner Brothers, some things have always had a mature model in Hollywood. Each position will have a corresponding remuneration, which is a recognized rule of the game. As the director, screenwriter and second producer of this film, Wayne naturally has 3 salaries. His basic director salary is $10 million, and the producer and screenwriter are each $100,000. This part of the remuneration will be deposited into his studio account 3 times before the filming, when the production is completed, and when it is released. In this regard, there is almost no difference from the filming of Joker, and it is more in line with market rules. In order to consider the production cost of the film, Wayne's bulk of the salary was placed on the box office share in the later stage. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.